University of Florida and the Georgia Bulldogs. It is raining right here in Jacksonville now, but nothing like it was raining less than a half hour ago. This was the scene here as a major storm system has moved through the Jacksonville area. Well, it depends upon who you believe, how many times they've played. Georgia says this is the 72nd version. Florida says the 71st. Important to the folks here, though, that Florida has won the last 3 games under Coach Steve Spurrier. Now, coming up later today on ABC's College Football, we've got Nebraska playing Colorado and a Big Ten matchup between Penn State and undefeated Ohio State. That's at 3:30 Eastern, 2:30 Central. And don't forget to check the pay-per-view option in your area. We'll return with more pregame activities between Georgia and Florida after this message and a word from our ABC station.
Why do you call home?
Ask for money.
Yes, I'm calling for money.
Money.
Money. Green stuff.
Money.
Monetary units. I call for emotional. Nah, I call for money, man.
Now when you call Collect to ask Mom and Dad for money, you can save them some.
Oh.
Introducing 1-800-OPERATOR from AT&T. There's no lower price for a collect call. Just spell it out. 1-800-OPERATOR. Remember, if it's not 1-800-OPERATOR, it's not AT&T.
There's money left over, so where else would it go but to me?
Imagine a cold medication so effective, one tablet keeps symptoms from coming back a full 24 hours. Introducing Effidac 24, the first cold tablet for consistent 24-hour relief. Look, Sudafed drops off after 6 hours, Tavist after 12. So your symptoms keep coming back. But just one Effidac gives consistent relief for 24 hours. So your symptoms don't come back. New 24-hour Effidac keeps cold symptoms from coming back.
Presenting the RCA 52-inch projection screen home theater. It's bigger and brighter than almost anything out there.
Sunday.
Who found the body?
A beautiful killer may get away with more than murder.
I'll help you with your problems. You'll help me with mine.
It's a crime what Faye Dunaway's doing. To Columbo, all new Sunday.
There's always a dream at the thought of someone. Reach over the horizon, say hello, everyone. More than a dream, it's what we're working together to come so far. Bring us together, one by one. It's more than a dream. Hello, everyone. Hello.
Hot breaking news, the best-selling car in America, Ford Taurus, is more affordable than ever because now every new Taurus sedan, wagon, and SHO comes with low 2.9% financing or $500 cash back. But only until Tuesday, November 2nd. Low 2.9 financing for up to 48 months from Ford Credit or $500 cash back. The best offer of the year on the airbag-equipped Ford Taurus. Repeat, this offer ends Tuesday, November 2nd. So hurry, see Adamson, Long Lewis, Ernest McCarty, or Jim Skinner Ford today.
The Junior League of Birmingham and Channel 6 present the Birmingham Antiques and Garden Show November 12th through the 14th at the Birmingham Jefferson Civic Center. See the most remarkable collection of fine antiques and garden items ever presented in Birmingham. Enjoy tours and lectures by nationally acclaimed experts, gourmet lunches, door prizes, and more. For tickets, call 871-0840. Proceeds benefit over 19 community service projects sponsored by the Junior League of Birmingham.
You're watching WBRC Television, Channel 6.
Moments ago, here come the Gators of Florida as they take the field here at the Gator Bowl. Led by Coach Steve Spurrier. And it is a wet, soggy field, and live, here come the Bulldogs. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Dan Deerdorf alongside John Spagnola. And John, two of the most prolific passing games in America meet here in this matchup today. We should be talking about the quarterback's arms, but the weather that we've had here for the last couple of hours, I think, is going to play a major factor today.
That's right, Dan. It's been raining since about 5 o'clock this morning with a torrential downpour for the last 2 hours. We did expect an old-fashioned shootout this afternoon as both teams average over 300 yards a game passing. But, of course, this afternoon, all bets are off. As you can see the players slopping around there. And you're going to see the weather, the deteriorating field conditions dictate the outcome of this football game. Quite simply, it's going to come down to which team can hold on to the football the best.
The linemen love these types of games, I can tell you that. Coming up, we'll have the kickoff, the Florida Gators and the Georgia Bulldogs.
Pontiac believes safety is so important to the modern high-performance sports car. We've equipped all our new Firebirds with standard driver and passenger airbags, standard anti-lock brakes, and safety cage construction. A combination of safety technologies rare on any sports car at any price, let alone one starting at under $14,000. Introducing the all-new Firebird.
Hitachi. They make, Oh, great shot. Now, what was I saying?
Hitachi makes camcorders and 20,000 other products worth celebrating. Hitachi.
And now for some thin, different.
New Domino's Thin Crust Pizza. A crispy, crunchy crust pizza. It's a whole nother taste in a whole nother way. All right. Put that snap back in your life and always get something for nothing when you call Domino's.
Recently, Jim Holland made the longest ski jump in history. He stayed in the air for 30 minutes and flew the equivalent of 36 miles. This incredible jump took place in a wind tunnel, and it was all part of an off-season training program for the U.S. ski team made possible by Visa and its card holders. Visa, the only card that helps train these athletes and the only card accepted at the '94 Winter Olympics, where Jim Holland hopes to make the second longest ski jump in history.
Tony and Diane get regular insurance checkups, just like they get regular medical checkups. I'm State Farm Agent Carlos Bermudez. I have been their State Farm agent 7 years. A family insurance checkup helps them make sure all their coverages are up to date. It's also a good time to explore options, like how their life insurance plan can be adapted to help with their daughter's college education. I think the family insurance checkup is something everybody can feel good about.
State Farm is there.
Georgia won the toss and deferred to Florida, keeping the option for the beginning of the second half. Florida will gladly take the football and receive the kickoff from Kanan Parkman. Deep, Harrison Houston and Jack Jackson. Jackson, number 1 here on the near side. So 2 offensive teams, a real indication as to how bad the weather and the field are here in Jacksonville. That Georgia lets the high-powered Florida offense have the football first. The field was coming apart in big chunks during warm-ups, and players' footing, needless to say, will be key here today. All right, Jackson takes it. A short kick, and he's got a big hole. Jackson breaks the tackle. Jackson out of bounds, well into Georgia territory. Parkman had to knock him out of bounds, and there's a decision right off the bat by the Bulldogs that backfires. There is the freshman, Danny Werfel, opening up at quarterback. That was his day 2 weeks ago against Auburn, 386 yards and 3 touchdowns. His backs, the great Eric Redd, Kelvin Randolph at fullback, Houston Jackson and Dean, his receivers. And up front, a talented offensive line, Green, Golden, Crouch, Watson, and Odom. They're more physical than the Bulldogs. First and 10 from the 39-yard line of Georgia. And no surprise, Eric Rett gets the first call, and he's immediately dragged down by Matt Storm. All right, let's set the defense, if we could, for the Georgia Bulldogs. They play a 3-man defensive front. And we saw Matt Storm there, number 98, Rosenberg and Derek Smith, the talented one, round out that group on the defensive line. We'll look at the linebackers in the secondary in a moment. Second down, 7 yards to go. Werfel on the move, and that's in the grass. He tries to hit Rhett on a short pass. It doesn't come through. All right, here's the linebacking core for Georgia. Davis, Clemens, Godfrey, and Butler. Mitch Davis, an All-America candidate. And the secondary, Carlos Yancey and Tremble start on the corners. The middle guys, Owens and Thompson, start this game out as the safety.
Third down, 7 yards to go for Florida. Georgia's just gone to a nickel defense, but I'm sure that this is the kind of thing they wanted to do much farther into the Florida territory, but Jack Jackson saw to it that Florida had good field position.
On 3rd and 7, here's Werfel again to throw. He can't find anybody, but no pass rush by Georgia, and he completes it downfield to Chris Doering. Absolutely no pressure at all. Muschamp and Johnson get the tackle, but John, you got to pressure a quarterback more than that.
That's absolutely right, and it's hard to get a pass rush in these kind of sloppy conditions, as the Florida offensive line does a good job. Doering came into the season as the leading receiver for Florida. He works to the far sideline and comes back to the football, and that's probably the driest part of the field, if you want to call a swamp is drier than a river, because that's how wet these field conditions are today.
1st and 10 from the 15-yard line. Florida already in scoring position. Here's Eric Rett trying to come back to the inside. Randall Godfrey was staying home and makes the tackle. Florida, an 11-point favorite coming into today's ball game. They score the ball against anybody. They were tripped up by Auburn 2 weeks ago with a second-half defensive collapse. A couple of costly interceptions by Werfel. But this is one of the better teams in the country. Second and 9. We'll call it the 14-yard line. Brett the single back. Releases late, and he gets the football, but good pass coverage again by Randall Godfrey. He was all over that play.
Godfrey's probably one of the few players on the Georgia defense that can match the speed of Eric Rett, as he, the sophomore, is very quick, very fast, moving from sideline to sideline. And, of course, everybody's speed is going to be reduced by the factor of the field conditions this afternoon.
You can see, John, how cautious the backs and receivers are in trying to keep their legs underneath them. No one's trying to overextend.
That's right. Initially, the offense should have the advantage because offensive players know where they're going. But as it gets wetter and wetter, I don't think either side will have an advantage in this weather.
And the rain begins to fall hard once again. Werfel giving the impression of checking off at the line, drops straight back, works over the middle, and it bounces off the hands of Doering. And it looks like a field goal opportunity for Florida.
And this should really be an adventure all afternoon, as we saw place kickers and punters having a miserable time in pregame warm-up.
Number 6, Judd Davis, is in to do the kicking for Florida. He's 8 of 9 so far this year on his field goal attempts. Shane Edge, the talented punter for Florida, is his holder. This is a 29-yard attempt. Good snap, good hold, and it's good for 3 points. So Georgia, electing to kick off to Florida, pays a 3-point price for that decision as the Gators take an early 3-0 lead.
Meet Greg and Nancy Wagner. They love to cut loose.
Hey, come on.
Obviously, they got themselves a hot, fun-to-drive car.
We got a Pontiac Grand Am.
Exactly. A powerful new V6, sports suspension, a real blast.
Hey, the Grand Am also makes a lot of sense. Solid, got an airbag and anti-lock brakes, standard.
Lots of room for the family.
For thousands less than a quarter Camry.
So that fun Grand Am was also the smart car to buy? Can you beat that?
Nope.
We are driving excitement, Pontiac.
No, my plane's stuck somewhere back
The flight has been canceled. The 5 most hated words of every business traveler. On a day like this, I know it's not the airline's fault. Still, I just want somebody to give me some answers.
Let's see if we can reroute you to another city.
Those are the people I come back to. They try and find a way and give me my best option, maybe even on another airline. I appreciate that, because a little honesty goes a long way. Tell Billy by halftime, I'll be there.
When it broke, he didn't make her wait a week to look at it, or give her the runaround about a missing part. He just fixed it right the first time, and for a very reasonable price. And that's pretty much the way ASC certified technician Wes Schaefer and everyone at Pep Boys does business. For service and repairs the way you deserve it, day or night, even on Sundays, come to Pep Boys and drive away happy.
The Penn State Nittany Lions invade Ohio State in a key Big Ten battle, plus other regional action in Game 2 of a college football doubleheader next on ABC.
So now it's our turn to see the Bulldogs on offense. Shane Edge, who handles the punting duties for the Gators, is going to kick off. Hassan Graham and Jerry German are deep for Georgia. And there goes a knuckleball right down the sidelines. Handled up front, that's Shannon Mitchell, the tight end. And Georgia will get to start in good field position up at the 35-yard line. They're led by junior quarterback Eric Zier. Those are in 2 previous games against Florida. 3 touchdowns, 3 interceptions. But he's one of the fine quarterbacks in the nation today. There are his backs and receivers, Davis and Fouch in the backfield, and Graham, Bohannon, and Shannon Mitchell, who we just saw returning the kickoff. 1st and 10 from the 35-yard line for the Bulldogs. And immediately, Zier goes back to throw. Shoots this one outside to his passing fullback, Earl Fouch. And Ed Robinson is all over it. That's a loss on the play. Okay, let's go ahead and check the offensive line for Georgia. This is a group that the coaches would hope would be a little more physical. The great one, though, at left tackle is Bernard Williams. Roberts, Weeks, Stark, and Meadows round out the guys up front. Number 73 there, Bernard Williams, one of the fine athletes in the country today, playing on the offensive line. A 5-yard loss on the play makes it 2nd and 15. Zier rolling to the right. That one out of bounds. And a wise play as he had nowhere to go. Tony Davis came in on a safety blitz and put a good lick on Zier.
That's interesting. That's one of the adjustments Florida's had to make this week, taking Tony Davis from the offensive side of the football and putting him over on defense. Florida has had 2 weeks since their loss to Auburn a couple of weeks ago, and they've made some personnel changes defensively, trying to get some better athletes in the secondary.
John, you can take the rest of the first quarter talking about the adjustments Florida's made defensively. Here's the shotgun on 3rd and 15 for Georgia. Zier gets some time himself, finally has to move on the run, goes downfield, tries to hit his tight end, Shannon Mitchell. Jeff Thomas in the area as well, and he comes up with the catch. He was trying to get the ball to Shannon Mitchell, the tight end. It went over his head, and Thomas comes up with a catch, but it's not enough for the first down.
All Thomas did is do what every good receiver is coached to do, and that's come back to the football. And he actually did take that ball away where it was intended for Mitchell.
Well, it was a piece of good fortune for Georgia, but just not quite good enough. Scott Armstrong in to punt here on 4th and 1. Nice snap, but he handles it okay. Larry Kennedy is deep, and he fumbles the ball. Kennedy muffs the football, and Georgia has it. Drew David recovers the ball for the Bulldogs after the muff by Kennedy.
Watch Kennedy try and return the punt. The ball was kind of a lazy, non-spiraling ball, and that ball hit him in the chest, and Drew David was right there. I mean, every punt return is going to be an adventure this afternoon, as well as kickoff returns. Look at Kennedy getting underneath. I mean, he's in good position. He's doing everything a punt returner is coached to do. Square to the football, eyes on the football, but the ball is so wet that it's just hard to hold on to.
On 1st and 10 from the 23-yard line, an incompletion as Florida is all over that pass attempt to Bryce Hunter. Matt Pearson comes up and makes a fine defensive play. All right, let's go ahead and set the defense for Florida. Carter, McMillian, Gaines, and Church are the 4 guys up front. Tony Davis, the former running back, starts today. Hambrick and Pearson, as we talked about the adjustments that the Florida Gators have made. Eddie Lake, Gilmore, Kennedy, and Anthone Lott start in the secondary. 2nd and 10. Zier back to throw once again. He has his man this time, Bryce Hunter, but Ed Robinson again. And it appears that the extra week of practice has given Florida an opportunity to take a close look at this Bulldog offense.
Not only that, the Gators saw this play. This is the first touchdown, the exact same wide receiver screen play. First touchdown last week to Bryce Hunter against Kentucky when Georgia ran this play. They've come to it 2 times here, and Florida has definitely watched the videotapes of that game and played that play extremely well.
Well, after the turnover, Georgia's run 2 plays and lost 2 yards. 3rd and 12, another look at the shotgun. Zier, good protection this time. Is it a catch? No, it is not. No, it is not. He tries to find Hassan Graham. And now Zier looks to the sidelines.
Hassan Graham ran the slant in. Zier has plenty of protection on this play. Tries to work underneath, gets some decent position, but the ball bounces in front of him, and you can just see how sloppy it is out there this afternoon.
Pretty good coverage here by Eddie Lake, number 18. On 4th down, Georgia not able to make a decision. They're going to take a timeout and think about it. We'll return to the Gator Bowl. Florida leads 3-0.
What a day for a daydream.
A new look, impossible to resist. The rush of a powerful V6 engine, superb control and handling, even the safety of driver and passenger airbags. This stuff of dreams? Not anymore.
Like it? Loved it.
The new Grand Prix Sport Coupe.
When we claim the new Norelco razor shaves closer than ever, without hundreds of tests to back it up, say our new precision groove helps the Norelco lift and cut system shave closer without proof? No. We wouldn't say it's our closest shave ever without science, sensors, tests. But of all the tests that prove it's closer, the most convincing requires a personal touch. The new Norelco razors, our closest shave ever.
Start saving $300 a month when you're 23, and you could retire a millionaire. Start at 30, and you might reach 600,000. At 40, about 200,000. Which is why you need Prudential's Financial Assessment Program. A personalized computer analysis of where you are, where you want to go, and how we can help. Because nobody plans to fail. They just fail to plan. Call Prudential Insurance now.
Ray Goff has made the decision that they're going to go for it on 4th and 12. Parkman's made a 48-yarder. This would be 42 yards, but the field really negates that opportunity. On 4th down and a dozen. Zier out of the shotgun. Off his heels, throws into the end zone. Is it intercepted? Yes. A touchback. Eddie Lake comes up with the football. Zier tried to get it to Hassan Graham going into the end zone, and Eddie Lake having a strong opening series for the Gators.
We saw Hassan Graham trying to run a slant in previously on Eddie Lake. This time he just works outside. Eddie Lake has seen and recognized this pattern, and he makes the adjustment to the ball. Makes a beautiful interception. It's hard to believe that is only the 6th interception for Florida this year. They have struggled to get interceptions and turnovers defensively, and here Eddie Lake makes a fabulous catch in just the worst possible conditions to catch a football.
Now keep in mind that interception only cost the Bulldogs 5 yards. They are at the 25, and Florida starts from the 20, and that's where Eric Redd takes it out on 1st down. Mitch Davis comes over and makes the tackle. So even though it's an interception in the end zone, it's not a backbreaker for the Bulldogs. It would have been great to have a touchdown, but it's only a 5-yard loss in terms of field position.
And had they punted the football and gone into the end zone, they'd be at the 20 as well. So, I mean, it was definitely a wise call by Goff to take a shot at a touchdown there.
2nd and 7 for Danny Werfel and his Gators. Again, out of the back, and Rhett loses the ball. No indication yet by the officials, and it belongs to Georgia. Ralph Thompson, number 26, comes up with the football. And Florida doing their best after scoring early to give Georgia all sorts of chances in scoring position.
Eric Red will get the ball and just work over his left guard at center. Somebody gets an arm in here. That's number 89 for Georgia. Or maybe it was Charlie Clemens, number 48. He got his arm in there, but the turnovers again are starting to have a huge impact on the outcome of this football game.
That was number 89, Philip Daniels, a reserve defensive tackle who doesn't see a lot of action. And they see more in the future. First and 10 from the 25, Zier across the middle. He completes it to Shannon Mitchell.
Boy, what a great catch by the tight end. Shannon Mitchell had a big game last week against Kentucky. He had a 66-yarder for a touchdown. As he had his career best day, continues to play well. He's at the very bottom of your screen. He'll be working over the middle between the linebackers. That ball is that is a fabulous pass in these conditions, as it is just bulleted right in there.
A first down on the play for Georgia. The ball on the 13-yard line of Florida. Zier changing the play at the line of scrimmage. Gets it off. There's a flag on the play up at the top. Hands it to Terrell Davis. The scat back. The first run of the day for Georgia.
Georgia has just about abandoned their rushing game in the last 3 weeks. We have offsides against Florida.
Ooh.
In the last 3 weeks, he has actually amassed a total of 77 yards rushing, as they have thrown for an average of 450 yards passing. So
Steve Spurrier's club led the SEC in penalties last year and is on a pace to even break that. Notre Dame and Navy tied up in the first quarter. Notre Dame a heavy favorite in that game.
Offside by the defense, lined up in the neutral zone. 5-yard penalty. Receive first down.
You're right, though. The Gators average almost 10 penalties per game against them so far this year.
Well, still first down, but now 5 yards as they're inside the 10-yard line. This is a good spot to be with a 1st and 5. There we had Florida come across the ball, and we may have had a very wise snap by David Weeks, the center. He catches. That's a smart play by a center.
Absolutely.
He catches the Gators off. That's good play by Weeks.
He uses his peripheral vision. He sees somebody flash over, and he realizes the defender is in the neutral zone.
And that is a snap on his own, John.
He's on his own. Yep. So the major thing is that Eric Zier to have his hands open there. He could lose a finger.
William Gaines, number 94, was the Gator who was in the neutral zone, and that
is a wise play by the center.
That's one of those deals, though, where you better be right. Because no one else on your offensive team, even the quarterback, is expecting the football.
Although Zier seemed to get it and kneel down right away, so I think that's something they have talked about before the game today.
There you see what John was talking about. 81.2 yards a game.
First down.
Here 93 penalties assessed against Florida. And last year when they led the SEC, it was only 60-some yards a game that they were 66 yards a game that they were averaging. So they are on a good pace to do away with that. Well, 1st and 1 on the 4-yard line. Here's another running play. Terrell Davis, and he is whacked. Ed Robinson led that Florida charge. And Ed Robinson, John, a guy that was talking, the coaches were talking, might not play as much today as he has in the past. I think that's out the window.
That is, with the kind of conditions we have today. I mean, he's a guy that wasn't going to be used that much because Florida was going to employ a 5 and 6 defensive back scheme, but that has changed considerably. Robinson's made a lot of big plays so far.
Another loss to Georgia on the play, knocks him back to 2nd and 2. Here's another one up the middle. That's Frank Harvey, the fullback. He does not get a lot. Florida's holding the football, but the play was dead.
Number 41, Ed Robinson, leads the tackle to Florida.
Ed Robinson, Mark Campbell in there. Frank Harvey is their I fullback. He's the best blocking fullback Number 15, Earl Fouch, is the fullback who plays predominantly in passing situations. And Harvey remains in the game. We'll see if that's indicative of anything. Well, they're credited with a yard on that play. Brings us back to 3rd and 1. And here comes Zaire on a rollout, and he's forced to throw off balance and has to throw it out of the end zone. Kevin Carter, the defensive end to that side, stayed home, honored his responsibility, and forced Zaire into a bad throw.
And when you can't make a first down, 1 yard and 2 rushing plays, you're forced to throw the pass, and Florida was not fooled at all as Campbell came upfield against the bootleg and made a nice play and forced Zaire to throw the football away. But that is an indication of the Bulldogs' offense recently. They have just about abandoned the rushing game, and you can see why, where they didn't get 1 yard and 2 carries up the middle by Davis and by Harvey.
Number 6 is Kanan Parkman in to kick for the Bulldogs. And he drills it right through the middle, a 22-yard field goal. So Parkman converts, and we've got a timeout here, and the score is tied. So 2 Florida turnovers. Georgia's only able to convert into 3 points, and we're tied.
Driver, do you have any Bud Light in your vehicle?
Yes.
And I am Mr. Gallywikich.
You mean Dr. Galakowitz?
Yes, I am. This is so cool.
First time in a limo? Doctor?
In a limo this small.
If you want great taste that won't fill you up and never let you down, make it a Bud Light.
Anyone can see that the new GE Profile Radiant Convection range is easy to clean, but the real technological advantage is what you can't see. So we'll show it to you in a roundabout way. Introducing the first GE range that circulates hot air all around your food, roasting meats up to 30% faster, so they get done to a turn on the outside while staying tender and juicy on the inside. Why does GE offer such an ingenious way to cook? Because we know how much of life revolves around dinner.
So, where's the boss today?
Picked up his new car.
What'd he get? A BMW? A Lexus?
Neither. He got the Bonneville.
Really?
Said it had anti-lock brakes, leather, dual airbags. Said with all that and the way it drives, he couldn't see spending 10 to 20 grand more.
He likes bargains.
He likes cars.
All right, we're getting ready for the kickoff. Kanan Parkman, who just made the 22-yard field goal, awaits the signal from the referee. Houston and Jackson, the 2 deep for the Florida Gators in a 3-3 ball game here in a steady rain at the Gator Bowl in Jacksonville, Florida. And there's a knuckleball covered up immediately by Florida. All right, CFA College Football on ABC Sports, brought to you by Pontiac and your local Pontiac dealer. We are driving excitement. Visa, it's everywhere you want to be. State Farm Insurance, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. And the new Norelco razors, our closest shave ever. Well, how's this for good field position for Florida inside Georgia territory? 1st and 10, and here we go with a handoff to Eric Redd, and he goes absolutely nowhere as Mitch Davis wraps him up. And now let's jump back to our studio in New York. Here's John Saunders.
Dan, Temple up against Miami. Ryan Collins, little naked bootleg here. Looks like he's going nowhere, but the good pump fake. Then he dives into the end zone for the touchdown, and Miami strikes first, 7-0. They lead Temple. Dan, back to you.
Okay, thank you, John. And we had a penalty on that last play. The Eric Rett run that went nowhere, and as you can see, the 5-yard penalty against Georgia, making it 1st and 5.
It's possible that both defensive lines feel they have to get a jump, get some quickness out of the snap there, because we've seen several offsides now on both teams. because it's hard to move an offensive player, an offensive lineman with this kind of footing this afternoon.
Well, it really negated the good play by Mitch Davis on Rhett. Here's Rhett once again, and he's around the corner. And the SEC's leading rusher, Charlie Clemens, Greg Tremble, finally bring Eric Rhett down, but a first down run for the Gators.
Rhett came into the game coming in, only needed 271 yards to break Emmitt Smith's all-time record, and he has the ability somehow to cut upfield and split the defenders for a fine run.
Has to be very hard to make the corner today if you're a running back or a receiver, and Rhett did a nice job keeping his balance and keeping his traction.
He's the complete package. He can catch, he can throw. I've seen him throw some option passes in practice, and he can run well.
All right, the fake on first down. Danny Werfel finally has to move out to his right. And a good job of coverage that time by Georgia, and here comes a flag. Ralph Thompson was the defender. And I think the boos are coming in from the Georgia fans who don't like the flag.
Catch was made by Harrison Houston.
Interference is the call against Georgia.
And I think what we're seeing so far today is receivers are going downfield, but they're making the right adjustment and coming back to the football.
The question we're trying to determine now is whether or not to take the penalty or take the flag.
Pass interference by the defense. Penalty from the spot of the foul. Automatic first down.
Danny Werfel rolling to his right. He finds Houston. Now watch Houston come back to the football. And Thompson, boy, oh boy, I guess the referee had a better angle on that, but that seemed like a pretty good break on the football by Ralph Thompson.
That's an automatic first down for Florida. First and 10 now for the Gators. The ball nearly at the 16-yard line. Eric Rhett off right guard, and that's good positive yardage. A big surge by the Gator offensive line, and he moves inside the 10 down to about the 8-yard line.
Good blocking up front from Jim Watson, the right guard, Jason Odom, the right tackle, and if there is a distinct advantage here this afternoon, Florida can ball control and run the football. Georgia does not have an effective running game, and when you can play ball control and hold on to the football with a power running back like Eric Rhett, you have a distinct advantage.
On second down again, it's Eric Rhett, this time getting to the outside. He does, dives for the end zone, and he gets it. Eric Rhett, a touchdown for Florida. A 9-yard run, and what an effort to break the plane in the end zone.
Eric Rhett came into the game averaging almost 6.5 yards a carry, and he's got the right kind of size at 5'11" and 214 to be able to make the cuts and run with power. He's not just a fast running back, he's the kind of guy that can run over people as well. And he makes the cut out in the perimeter where where the field is really wet on the sidelines, because that's how the field is drained, and gets into the end zone.
Here's Judd Davis and his attempt for the extra point. And he just lobs one up, and it is good. Florida now takes a 10-3 lead to New York and John Saunders.
Dan, after a Notre Dame field goal, they attempted an onside kick. It failed, and so Navy goes to work. Jim Kubiak, 31 yards to Damon Dixon, touchdown, and Navy leads the Irish a 10-3. We'll keep you updated. Dan, back to you.
Thanks, John. Somewhat of a surprise there. Navy taking a lead over the Fighting Irish. This is not a surprise, though, John, with Florida with the lead over Georgia.
I watched 74 Odom make a nice block, enough to keep his man away from Eric Rhett. Eric Rhett sees the head zone, finds enough footing, and flies over the pylon there, and the official's right on top of it. If you get the ball over that pylon, that's a touchdown.
Tremendous effort by Eric Rhett. Tonight on ABC, a special Halloween treat. The Olsen twins from Full House star in their brand new holiday movie, Double Double, Toil and Trouble, with Meshack Taylor and Cloris Leachman. Then the premiere of the new Paula Poundstone show. So stay home tonight. All of that right here on ABC.
You got all your candy ready for trick-or-treaters?
Absolutely, and I don't need a costume. I'll answer the door and scare them.
You'll be handing out candy up there in Buffalo.
In Buffalo, yeah, I'll be at the hotel. Shane Edge again to kick off for Florida. And keep in mind that last Florida touchdown was the result of a very bizarre kickoff by Kanan Parkman that Florida covered in a hurry and gave them outstanding field position.
I think both teams have been told to kick the ball off on the ground. The opening kickoff was up in the air, but everyone since has been a squib kick. And
you just like
why
that,
not?
But you like that squib kick to go more than 10 yards.
That's a minor detail, but yeah,
minor.
That makes sense.
It was a minor detail that translated into a Florida touchdown. The three Florida guys, as you can see, are clear up at the 10 and 15-yard line. Graham, German, and Tremble. And this ball, does it go out of bounds? No, it stays. Finally, we get the flag. There was some confusion there. Jerry German kept waiting for the official to rule that the ball had gone out of bounds.
The kick was out of bounds before it was touchback.
That's not a touchback. That's a penalty. Watch Jerry German. He's got to make the decision. He feels that the ball's going to go out, and it just does touch. I mean, it just cradles over to that line. Jerry German did the right thing, but the wetness of the field made the ball just stop instead of rolling out of bounds. And it is not a touchback, as Georgia will get the football on the 35-yard line. It's a penalty on the kickoff team.
Well, the Florida people are, Steve Spurrier in particular, maintaining that that ball was sitting in the field of play, and it was German who knocked it out of bounds. But
well, he has a great angle. I mean, he's across the field.
Well, what do you expect him to do?
Yeah.
And you have to admit the official gave some uncertainty as well when he delayed in dropping the flag.
It looked like a linesman in a tennis match more than a referee.
Well, a fortunate break for the Georgia Bulldogs as they now get the ball at the 35-yard line.
I had some Florida fans turn around and ask me if it was inbounds or not. Those people are emotionally involved in this football game.
Well, you're paid to tell them. 1st and 10. Eric Zier changing at the line of scrimmage. Here's the pitch to his fullback, Earl Fouts. Guess who? Ed Robinson once again in on the tackle for Florida. And Georgia has not shown any ability here in the first quarter of play with 3.5 minutes left to run the football effectively.
I think they feel like they have to have some semblance of a threat from a running game so that the Gator linebackers just don't drop into coverage on every play, but it's pretty apparent they can't move the football on the ground.
They did get 3 yards for one of their better plays of the day. And there's another ball on the ground, and it appears Florida covered it. They did. Ellis Johnson, number 61, the Gator player that comes up with the football. And that appeared to be a fumbled exchange between Zier and his center Weeks.
Eric Zier wants to reverse out and toss a pitch to his tailback. He's reversing out to his left, and he never gets full control of the football. You can see it down on the football on the field. Ellis Johnson, number 61, defensive tackle, is lining up. He spotted the miscue and jumped on the football. And that's a tough action to ask a quarterback to do with a wet football, is reverse out and pitch it to a tailback.
Well, down by a touchdown, Georgia gives Florida good field position once again. Werfel back to throw. He completes it downfield to Willie Jackson. He's covered up quickly on the play by Greg Tremble, but not until the first down completion was made.
Willie Jackson's the number 2 receiver all time. You can see his stats this year: 26 receptions, 11.5-yard average. Watch Danny Werfel, though. This is the thing that surprises me about the young freshman. You can't see him. He has the ability to jump up in the air and feather these kind of footballs in ever so nicely. And that's right where that football had to be.
Moves the ball inside the 25-yard line to the 23, and here's a nifty piece of running by Kelvin Randolph, the fullback. Eric Redd has been doing the bulk of the running for Florida, and Randolph takes the Bulldogs by surprise. And are we seeing the Florida offensive line starting to take control here, John?
Absolutely. They have a powerful offensive line who can pass block very well, and you can see how effective they've been run blocking. And Georgia right now is on its heels defensively. They've got to try and come up with a turnover.
Just outside the 10-yard line. Warfel hands off again to Randolph. And look at the surge as he nearly gets into the end zone down to about the 2-yard line. Ralph Thompson has to come up from his safety position and make the tackle. There's some word coming up from the Florida bench that Eric Redd may have damaged himself somehow on that leaping touchdown run of his. As soon as we get official word, we'll pass it along. But right now, Kelvin Randolph is doing the job. And there's Danny Wuerffel into the end zone, but we've got flags all over the place. I see at least 4. So our referee, Dick Burleson, who tells us a procedure call against Florida, will bring it back.
Watch Eric Redd as he surges into the end zone. Now, the only thing I could expect is that he may have pulled a muscle as he tried to leap into the end zone.
We have a dead ball, false start on the offense, 5 yards, repeat second down.
Nothing like having an injury on a play and having your teammates come over and maul you afterwards. The other possibility is he landed on the football and may have hurt a rib.
Well, you saw him jogging okay back to the Florida bench. If he was hurt, he was keeping it to himself. The 5-yard penalty brings us into a 2nd and 7 situation. Wuerffel forced to scramble. There's some sort of a busted play, and Philip Daniels comes up with another big play for Georgia.
We didn't even see Philip Daniels on our 2 deep. I mean, he's a guy that the Georgia defense has sprung on us today, but he's come up with 2 key plays now, a sack, and he caused a fumble earlier in the football game.
He's a sophomore who led it last year, and a couple big plays early.
He's lined up right at the bottom of the screen, and as Wuerffel tries to get flushed out of the pocket, he is in good position, and Daniels makes a sack.
But it all came about because that was obviously a busted play by the Gators.
Yes.
3rd down and 11 to go at the 11-yard line. Eric Redd back in the ball game, and again off his heels, Wuerffel goes into the end zone. Good coverage this time by the Bulldogs. He tries to get it to Willie Jackson. Carlos Yancey, the cornerback from Georgia, on the coverage. And when they had to, the Bulldog defense stiffened.
I think Willie Jackson's trying to get himself an interference call as he works across the middle of the field. Watch him go up for the football. Good coverage. And what the official is going to look at in that situation is how that jump was timed out with where the football was. And there was no foul.
Judd Davis tries a 27-yard field goal. Good snap and hold, and he's right through the uprights. And that will add 3 to Florida's total. So turnovers and poor play in the kicking department leads to points all over the place. Florida on top of Georgia by 10.
Sunday, Monster Bash weekend concludes with special Halloween episodes from America's Funniest Hour. First, you're in for a scream on America's Funniest Videos, then an all-new Funniest People. America's Funniest Videos and an all-new Funniest People Sunday.
Sunday. I bet you were a cute kid.
I'm still a cute kid.
When super smart kids take over Metropolis,
You've got the town wired.
will the young Einsteins figure out who Superman really is?
How come you're not wearing your suit, Superman?
Lois and Clark, Sunday.
Well, the old saying is turnovers are killing us, and they have certainly had an impact on this game so far. Florida out front of Georgia 13-3, and a very long first quarter of play. Still 37 seconds left here in the first quarter, and Georgia will get another try offensively. Shane Edge will kick off for Florida. We've got 3 deep for Georgia. Graham, German, and up in front of them is number 35, Mike Thornton. And the kicking game, in particular the kickoff part of it, has become
quite interesting.
Quite interesting.
To squib or not to squib?
Who knows where this ball will go? In play, out of play? We've seen a little bit of everything here, and it's still the first quarter. There's a squib down the middle, and it's handled by German, and he's down on the ground. This is not the NFL. When your knees hit the ground, the play is over.
German has had to make more tough decisions in the last 2 kickoffs than he probably ever has receiving kickoffs.
Tomorrow, here on ABC Sports, defending champion Paul Azinger joins the PGA Tour's top 30 money winners in the final round of golf's richest event. It's the Tour Championship, live from the Olympic Club in San Francisco tomorrow at 3 o'clock Eastern, 2 Central Time, right here on ABC Sports. To the shotgun on first down, and there's a shovel pass by Zaire to Shannon Mitchell, his tight end. On a beautifully conceived play by Georgia, gets them a big play.
Absolutely. Georgia goes into the shotgun. They have abandoned the running game. This is what they did successfully last week against Kentucky. And this is just a shovel pass. It's a safe pass. It's easily executed. Shannon Mitchell comes across. Good blocks downfield, and Shannon Mitchell's quite a runner for a tight end.
He's one of the fine tight ends in the nation. This talented senior, 6'3", 235 pounds. And Zaire back into the shotgun again. He goes down the sideline, and he's got his man, Hassan Graham. And some life to the Georgia offense. And a warning from the official to Graham about taunting. He's working and talking to Larry Kennedy.
Hassan Graham this time is working on Larry Kennedy instead of Eddie Lake, who he's working on previously in the ball game. He has the ability to escape, which is so important for a receiver. And it's a well-thrown ball by Eric Zaire. You get a sense for well, there's the taunting by Hassan Graham. I wouldn't do that if I'm down 10 points quite yet and haven't won in 3 years against Florida. But you get a sense from that pass.
Oh, yes, you would have.
Touch.
You would have
Eric Zaire, I would.
Yeah, you would have done. Well, you yelled at us on the way over here today.
You're saying a lot about my character, Dan. Thank you. Thank you very much. You know what? You are probably right.
Now we have the officials here going over to the sideline. Dick Burleson, our referee, and there seems to be some sort of a clock problem. I think they're trying to determine whether the scoreboard clock ran on the last play. It shows 17 seconds still remaining here in quarter number 1. Dan Deerdorf, John Spagnola at the Gator Bowl in Jacksonville, Florida, where the rain has abated. A couple of hours ago, the visibility was down to maybe a quarter of a mile in a real downpour. But unfortunately, I think the damage has already been done to the field. Eric Zaire again. Here's Shannon Mitchell. And this is Georgia's version of a running play. Again, working to the right side of their offensive formation.
Yeah, the thing that will do, even though this play was not as successful as it was last time at the quarter end, as you will see, that will slow down that pass rush a little bit from Florida. They'll have to be a little bit more aware of that play.
Well, they'll swap ends of the field. The first quarter finally comes to an end with Florida leading Georgia 13-3.
What do you mean I can't do that?
Please, don't pull that on me now.
I'm pressing enter.
You're the computer. You tell me where the file is.
Huh?
Don't just sit there blinking.
Enter. I'm going to give this to you, but I want it back.
The idea of talking to a computer is certainly not a new one.
Open status report.
Getting a response certainly is. The new Desk Pro with Business Audio from Compaq.
Lasers. Satellites. Cellular data networks. What exactly have we launched here? UPS Total Track. The only tracking system that can confirm delivery of your air and designated ground packages coast to coast in seconds.
This package was signed for at 9:26 this morning by Mr.
The arms race may be over, but the package race is just heating up.
This is a Goodyear Aquatred, and this is a gallon of water. Aquatred's deep groove design channels water away. At highway speeds, it moves a gallon of water every second for outstanding wet traction. Aquatred, only from Goodyear.
Hey, Tachi. Oh, wait, that's my phone.
I'll connect you now.
Bonjour. Here are the drawings.
Looks good from here.
Hello.
Okay, thanks. Goodbye.
Take care.
Au revoir.
Hitachi makes digital communication systems and 20,000 other amazing products. Hitachi.
Ben and Connie Studebaker look at things differently since they became parents. I'm Roger Cruel. I'm their State Farm agent. Having a family brought a lot of changes in their lives, so we thought it was a good idea to sit down and have a family insurance checkup. We started by adding to their life insurance protection. Then we went over all their family insurance to help make sure their coverage was up to date. After all, you never know what could happen.
And like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Shelley Fabre and Coach Hayden Fry discuss women in sports.
Coach, don't you think it's time for women to be more involved in college sports?
Definitely. Both men and women gain from athletics.
Well, that's nice to say, but women don't play your sport.
Well, actually, women do play key roles like managers and trainers, and college football frequently helps finance other men's and women's sports on campus.
I'd say that's something we can all cheer for.
Enjoy college football, more than a game.
Well, the rain has really not kept anybody away here from the Gator Bowl. 82,000 tickets sold, 41,000 to Georgia, 41,000 to Florida. And they're sitting through a wet afternoon to see these two teams meet for the 72nd time. In the shotgun this entire series on 2nd down and 4, Eric Zier goes across the middle, completes it to his man Bryce Hunter. And we are seeing some life from the Georgia offense. Right now, let's see our studio in New York and John Saunders.
Dan, Notre Dame and Navy, 2nd and 10 here when Lee Beckton takes off 17 yards. Already 13 carries for 84 yards. Down to the 3. Mark Edwards did the rest of the work. It's tied 10-10. Dan, back to you.
All right, John, we're back here in Jacksonville. A first down for Georgia. The 24-yard line of Florida. Eric Zier again out of the shotgun. Again finds Shannon Mitchell, and he's got room down the near sideline. Anthony Lott comes over and puts a big hit on him, but not until we see another Bulldog first down. And Shannon Mitchell here on this drive has been the main man.
He has. He sneaks out of the backfield. He lined up in this position in the backfield. Watch this athleticism as he hurdles over the Florida defender and gets some additional yards. The nice thing I see about Georgia, and this is one of the things in the development of Eric Zier, is that he spreads the football around to all of his receivers. You can see everybody's involved in the passing game today, especially this man, Shannon Mitchell, with 4 receptions for 48 yards.
The ball just outside the 10. Here we have a handoff to Terrell Davis. And Davis down to the 2-yard line. So Georgia, after effectively passing the football this entire series, gets it to Davis, confuses the Florida defense, and gets a big play out of it.
This is where they had trouble before when they were not effective in getting the 1 yard last time. They have 2nd and 2. Let's see if they try and pound the football in the middle again. They're certainly in a formation. It looks like they will.
2nd down and 2. Again, we have Davis. Oh, and he goes nowhere. He tries the right side of his offensive line and gets stacked up.
Boy, it's almost as if the run has to be an element of surprise. And now we see the running backs and tight ends check out as the receivers come in. So Georgia's going to go with some sort of spread formation here and try and pass the football in. I mean, that's 3 tries now, and they haven't been able to convert in this football game so far, running the football.
Another loss on the play makes it 3rd and 3. They can get a first down without getting into the end zone. Zier lofts it into the near corner. He's got a wide open man, and it's a touchdown. Bryce Hunter all by himself in the left corner of the end zone. The 19th touchdown pass of the year by Eric Zier. And Bryce Hunter, his 8th touchdown catch of the season. And this is the beginning of a wild one here in Jacksonville. Kanan Parkman drills it. And we now have a 13-10 ball game.
was ice fishing when my Chevy fell through the ice. We hauled it out, full of water, frozen solid. I changed the plugs, the fluids. It started right up. That was 100,000 miles ago.
Man, you think that's something. One night in 1980, a friend and myself were looking for a hunting spot. We missed a turn and actually went into a canal. You could see the headlights shining underwater with fish going by. Slammed it in reverse and backed right out. Truck never missed a beat.
Chevy, the most dependable, longest-lasting trucks on the road.
Highway 421 near Spivey's Corner, North Carolina. Not exactly the place you expect to find a busy accounting firm like Duval & Dean. But thanks to Sprint Cellular and their car, Duval & Dean can handle clients clear across the state and still be there to take calls no matter where they are. There's one other advantage to doing business at 55 miles per hour. There's no fighting over who gets the window office.
Elvira here, Mistress of the Dark and sometimes Surfer Babe, because Coors Light is the official beer of Halloween, and the party's at the beach, Malibu Beach, where you can hang ten. Look, Frankie and Annette. And of course, when it's time to chill, just reach for that cooler of Coors Light. Aged ice cold, never frozen stiff. It's the right beer now for Halloween. Just look for the Silver Bullet Smooth display and dig up your friends now for a party at the beach. Happy Halloween, dudes.
They've beaten the Cowboys and the Giants. Now the Buffalo Bills look for a sweep of Super Bowl revenge when they meet the Washington Redskins. Monday night on ABC Sports.
Here we are back in Jacksonville, Florida. Georgia getting set to kick it off after the 2-yard touchdown pass. Ryan Sanderson is going to kick it off as both teams have gone to their punters. And here is a very short, high kick drifting towards the sideline. It's fielded at the 26-yard line by Ed Robinson. And Florida this time gets to start in good field position. Let's go back and take a look at that touchdown pass.
Bryce Hunter lines up. You can see him on the right side. What they're trying to do is work a big play, but when Jeff Thomas falls down, number 8, that's all over. The toughest part here is to look up into the rain and catch a football as it drops down out of the sky. You can see Bryce Hunter did that. He controlled the bobble, and he made Eric Zaire a happy young man.
If today is the 4th game, Zaire's been on a hot streak, 12 touchdowns with only 2 interceptions. Florida offsides on that play as they got a head start. A couple members of the offensive line left early.
I think we saw the Georgia center snap it early. We saw the Florida snap this ball late. Seemed like everybody else fired off, but the center gave Crouch.
Dead ball foul, false start against the offense, repeat first down.
So another penalty against Steve Spurrier's ball club. The man who won the Heisman Trophy back in 1966, the first-round draft choice of the San Francisco 49ers in '67, pleading his case to a deaf ear, I would imagine.
I would think so, but you can work those officials during the game.
Eric Rett, the lone setback for Florida. Freshman Danny Werfel takes a look. And on 1st and 15 gives it to Rett. And he goes for just a couple. Got a wild one going on. Let's go back and check in again with New York and John.
Dan Temple and Miami. Ryan Collins, the sophomore quarterback, has looked pretty good the last couple of games here. 21 yards to A.C. Tellison for the touchdown, and Miami regains the lead 14-7. Dan.
Well, that's just a moral victory, isn't it, for Temple to be in the ball game at this point. Ron Dickerson having his work cut out for him this year at Temple.
5 yards on the last pickup, brings up 2nd and 10. The fake and over the top downfield, and it's intercepted. Mitch Davis picks off Werfel's pass. Oh, he gets away from Doring. And now it's Georgia's turn to mount a comeback. There is a flag on the play. We've got a flag back at the 17-yard line, so hold on. By the look on Spurrier's face, this isn't going to help his ball club out.
Mitch Davis is usually used in pass rushing situations. He doesn't often drop back. But here he was in the right spot at the right time.
Have a 15-yard face mask penalty against the defense. After rain will be a first down.
A costly penalty after the interception. That was the 20th Florida turnover of this 93 season.
Watch Mitch Davis, number 58, drops back in his zone, and he reads the pattern very well as he cuts in front of Jack Jackson, number 1. Let's see if we can pick up the face mask at the conclusion of the play. It might have occurred actually.
Looked like it probably was against somebody else.
In the offensive line, maybe in pass blocking during that play. Because that's where the flag was thrown, deep in the backfield of Florida.
It was tacked on to the spot where Davis came down, and Georgia now gets good field position at the 17-yard line of Florida. They just scored a touchdown to make it 13-10. 12 minutes, 14 seconds left in the second quarter. Out of the shotgun again is Zaire. And he completes it to the far sideline to Jeff Thomas. Eddie Lake comes up with the coverage, but a little too late. Navy taking a 17-10 lead on Notre Dame. This is the 28th consecutive start for Eric Zaire at the helm of the Bulldogs. Second team all Southeastern Conference last year, and we're getting a good look at the abilities he has throwing the football. They've moved the ball inside the 15. Zaire, though, at home in the shotgun. Again to the far sideline, and that time nearly picked off by Ben Hanks. He was trying to get it to Jerry German, but nearly picked off by bandit back Ben Hanks.
That ball was thrown behind the intended receiver, number 17. Jeff German breaks out. Ben Hanks reads the play. That ball's badly thrown, well behind and late, and that's the kind of pass that can get picked off quite easily. See how Jeff German tries to stretch back, and there's no reason for him to be that close to the sideline getting the football. It should have been out in front of him and thrown sooner.
Zaire completed 7 in a row up to that one, and now he's on the run, forced out of the pocket, and he dives for the first down yard marker. We've got to see the spot, but Eric Zaire took to the air.
If you want to call that air.
Well, he was off the ground. He got to call it air, and he got the first down for the Bulldogs.
You know, you raised a good point, though, about the spot, because I think he was used to jumping, lunging. Watch him lunge for the first down marker. And I think, you know, he feels these are drier conditions. His feet kind of slip out from underneath him.
Yeah,
and he ducks to avoid the hit, too. That's a smart play. Getting the first down and avoiding the hit on the right shoulder.
That's one of those deals. You're dependent upon the spot where the knee touches or where the ball goes. There was a shotgun that Zaire did a good job handling. Trying to get it to Bryce Hunter in the end zone, and pretty well covered by the Gators.
You see Georgia moving the pocket around, though. They roll to the right, they roll to the left out of the shotgun. It's just a way of keeping that Florida defense on its heels, making everybody play their positions. They're well aware of the problems Florida has had in the secondary this year, and they want to put as much pressure on all the players as they can and force those Florida defenders to make decisions and make choices on every play.
That was Ron Zook, the defensive coordinator of Florida, that we saw on the sidelines there. Another shovel pass to Mitchell. He breaks a couple tackles and scores for Georgia. Ben Hanks and Ed Robinson were the two guys, John.
By moving the pocket around, it also sets up this play again to Shannon Mitchell, who has shown his power today at his speed after running the football. And Georgia takes the lead in this football game. And as we said, turnovers were going to play a large part in it. Georgia capitalizing.
Here's Kanan Parkman, his attempt at the extra point. It sails a little to the right, but it's good. And two quick touchdowns by the Georgia Bulldogs have propelled them into a 17-13 lead here at the Gator Bowl.
I don't say this to many people, but the job we do is the most important job I can think of.
Okay, guys, listen up.
I mean, there's no such thing as a B-plus mechanic on this airline.
Let's do it. Let's go.
Even the most junior mechanic can keep an airplane in this hangar if there's a hint of a problem. You might think a job like this would become routine, but every now and then, I just take a walk through the terminal, and right there, you see what's important.
When most manufacturers develop a new truck, they start with a model. Good idea. Here's ours. Introducing the first and only family of trucks designed from the inside out. A design that starts with you and has become the all-new Chevy S-Series. Everything else is history.
Start saving $300 a month when you're 23, and you could retire a millionaire. Start at 30, and you might reach 600,000. At 40, about 200,000. Which is why you need Prudential's Financial Assessment Program. A personalized computer analysis of where you are, where you want to go, and how we can help. Because nobody plans to fail. They just fail to plan. Call Prudential Insurance now.
Ryan Sanderson will again add some excitement to the kickoff for the Bulldogs and Houston and Jackson. Again, the two deep for Florida. And here's another short kick. It's headed towards the sidelines. It's covered up by Harrison Houston, and that's where Florida will get started. Again, let's check in with New York. Here's John.
And Navy certainly came to play on this day. Jim Kubiak, 35 yards to Mike Jefferson. Longest play of an 8-play, 78-yard drive, setting up a 1-yard touchdown run by Brad Stramanek. Navy has the lead. The Irish are marching, however. Dan.
All right, John, that's... I played Navy 3 years when I was in college, and you never took those guys for granted. You talk about attitude, they invented it. Okay, on first down, there's Eric Rett to the left. He immediately is greeted by Mitch Davis. Randall Godfrey in there as well. And Georgia down has rallied with a couple of quick touchdowns. They have been blanked the last 3 years here by Florida, and it kind of sticks in their craw. A lot of the players think that Ray Goff and his staff maybe overemphasize a win against Florida, but once they get one, they'll appreciate it. Here we go. There's Danny Werfel trying the middle again. Oh, and it's batted by Mitch Davis. And there is no question, John Spagnuolo, that we're looking at a fine football player in Davis.
Absolutely. He hasn't shown this dimension before. Before he came from the right side and intercepted. This time he comes from the left side. He's dropping in his zone, and he reads the play. And that ball came out a little bit late once again from Danny Werfel. And when you look at the Florida offense this year, nobody has really stopped them. They've only stopped themselves when they've thrown interceptions. They've had some problems earlier in this year with that problem. But Werfel's done a fine job so far since he's taken over as the starter.
Moving everybody around. Setting the offense on 3rd and 8. Oh, under pressure, Davis drills Werfel into the ground, and that forces his short pass to Harrison Houston. Mitch Davis, one of the 11 finalists here in the country for the Butkus Award as the nation's outstanding linebacker, making a strong case for himself today.
Davis is all over the football field. He was first team All-SEC last year, and he has come to play this afternoon. Ray Goff has got to be pleased with that defensive stand by Georgia.
Shane Edge gets set to kick it away for Florida. Jeff Thomas is the lone deep man for Georgia, as it is actually started to brighten a little bit here in Jacksonville. A flag is down. Edge hits a good punt that dribbles out on the far sidelines, but we have to stay and see what this penalty is all about. A procedure call against Florida.
And I think you want to take him back.
Yeah.
That was a very good punt.
In these conditions, well, it's no surprise that it's a very good punt. Shane Edge with a lofty 47.2-yard average. It's the second best in the entire NCAA. And his net is in the 44-yard range. It's quite an accomplishment. Notre Dame, you see, scored and tied it up 17-17. Miami,
illegal
14 points out in front of
against
them.
the offense. Not enough men on the line of scrimmage. Repeat the down.
And again, Florida very accustomed to having a penalty thrown against them. We see Terry Dean there warming up on the Florida sideline. Remember the big hit that Danny Werfel took from Mitch Davis. And Dean warming up on the far sideline. A low kick by Edge, just sits and dies. So a wise move by the Bulldogs to force them to kick over as they picked up some positive field position. A reminder that coming up next on ABC Sports, we'll have some key regional conference action. We've got undefeated and 6th-ranked Nebraska. They go to Colorado to take on the Buffaloes, and then Penn State takes on undefeated Ohio State in the Big Ten battle. That's live, and it's next. Check your local listing to see what games are available on a pay-per-view basis. Okay, Georgia now from the 41-yard line goes 1st and 10. Zier stays in the shotgun, and that ball just thrown away, and here comes a flag. Matt Pearson, the linebacker, was tied up with Shannon Mitchell.
That's a cheap penalty for Georgia because Eric Zier was just throwing the football away. He had no intention of completing the pass to Shannon Mitchell.
None whatsoever. You're right, John.
Ignore the flag.
Yeah, uncatchable ball.
Good call.
Yeah. That is a very good call.
The pass was not a catchable pass.
Dick Burleson, the referee, overruling the sideline judge, and wisely so.
Well, Zier's back in the pocket. He's scanning the field, realizing that this pattern's breaking down as well as protection. You can see Shannon Mitchell coming at you, and that ball is so far over his head that there's no way Shannon Mitchell could have possibly caught it. A wise call or non-call by the officials.
On 2nd down, again, it's Zier from the shotgun. This time going across the middle where he's got an open receiver, Bryce Hunter. And right now, Gilmore and Hamburg on the tackle, but this Florida defense, John, starting to look a little bit like the way they played in the second half against Auburn, vulnerable short.
Absolutely. Underneath routes have hurt them. That's right, against Auburn, they had that problem, and today, Eric Zier's taking advantage of it, working the ball to his tight end underneath and to Bryce Hunter as well. Shannon Mitchell and Bryce Hunter have had their way so far in the soft zones underneath.
Okay, Zier at the line, now backs into the shotgun. And there's the shovel pass to Mitchell again. And this time a little better defense by the Gators.
You know, you may wonder, I mean, they've gone to this play so many times now, but now they'll move the pocket. I mean, and if Florida does a good job of keeping Zier from moving the pocket, he'll go back to the shuttle passes. This way, the defensive ends are always a little bit tentative about what they're supposed to do, rush upfield or keep contained.
Shannon Mitchell, you see there, number 82, is actually lined up in the backfield, and he releases. Across the middle again is Zier, and it's dropped by Bryce Hunter. Oh, boy. I wouldn't wait too long to come back to that play.
No, it's worked before. It was the exact same pattern that Zier completed to Hunter before. And Ray Goff and his offensive coordinator, Wayne McDuffie, have seen that Florida has yet to adjust to that particular pattern.
It's still 3rd and 10 here. Zier completes it to Mitchell, and he drives for the 1st down, and he gets it. Shannon Mitchell converts on 3rd and 10.
Well, we asked Wayne McDuffie, the offensive coordinator, about Shannon Mitchell, and he said, he's a pretty good tight end. I mean, to steal a line from Mike Ditka. Wayne McDuffie throws compliments around like manhole covers. His tight end is having 2 great weeks back-to-back as he had a career day last week against Kentucky.
You might be the first person ever that stole a quote from Mike Ditka. Congratulations,
I hope he doesn't have copyrights on it.
Rolling to the right is Zier, and there is a souvenir. And that is a veteran quarterback who doesn't dally when he makes the decision that he's not going to force it into coverage. He almost injured someone up in the stands.
Boy, Navy going up by 7 again. What a barn burner at Veterans Stadium.
A barn burner.
Is that what you'd call it, Veterans? Hey, you know,
that's what
Navy,
Keith Jackson would call it.
Navy would use, I mean, they're used to playing at Veterans Stadium. That's where they play the Army-Navy game every year. Maybe they have an advantage there. Is that reaching? I think it is. No, they're still 100 yards long, these fields. But, you know, looking at Eric Zier today, last year he had 12 interceptions, and that was a real fall off from the previous year, where as a freshman he only had 4 interceptions. And he said some of the reason for that is because last year he had Andre Hastings, who was the all-time leading receiver at Georgia. With Hastings out of the lineup, he actually doesn't have to look for his big play receiver anymore, and he can spread the football around to all of his receivers. And you've seen good evidence of that this afternoon as he's thrown the ball to Bryce Hunter, Brian Bohannon, and Shannon Mitchell quite effectively.
Eddie Lake, the cornerback to the far side, the reason we have a delay, had something in his eyes. Wanted to stay in the game, but the officials are making him leave. He'll have to sit out 1 play until he returns. On 2nd and 10, Zier again across the middle, and another dropped ball. Jerry German. A drop by Bryce Hunter, and now a drop by German on 2 beautifully thrown balls by Eric Zier.
That pattern developed beautifully. Eric Zier may have put a little too much on this football as he zips it in. Jeff German just started to close his hands too soon as he tried to cradle the ball against his chest. But
you think he put too much on him?
No, I don't. Okay. Looking back,
I was giving you a graceful.
All German did really was bring his hands in too soon. He misjudged the speed of the ball and brought his hands in before he should have.
Well, the last time on 3rd and 10, they went to Shannon Mitchell. Here's another situation the same. This time Eric Zier is going to run it. And Eric Zier has another Georgia first down as he gets down to the 15-yard line. Twice they've converted successive 3rd and 10.
Eric Zier shown this afternoon enough craftiness to know where the first down markers are. This is the 2nd consecutive drive he's kept alive by being able to scramble and find the first down marker.
And his offensive line, which came into this game with a lot of people saying they weren't very physical, here in the 2nd quarter has done a good job of keeping the Florida rush away from Zier. Again, he has good protection. Just a simple completion across the middle. That's Hassan Graham. I want to tell you, at the conclusion of today's game, we'll be selecting a Chevrolet Most Valuable Player of the Game from each of the ball clubs. And for the 23rd year, through the Chevrolet Scholarship Program, $1,000 will be donated to the General Scholarship Fund of each of the universities. And ABC and college football appreciate their long-time association with Chevrolet. Here we go. 2nd down. 6 yards to go. Here's a shovel pass again to Mitchell. They keep working this baby, but Florida and Shannon Mitchell takes out a couple of the Florida Gators and then some spectators on the sideline as well.
He saw that photographer with an orange poncho on. Must have assumed he was a Gator photographer, and he took him out as well. Now, this play is designed to go underneath, and it does not. Shannon Mitchell's forced to break it outside, as Johnny Church, number 40, did a pretty good job of forcing that ball outside. But I mean, that's right where that grade is, too. That is the wettest part of the field.
It's bad enough to get knocked down on a dry afternoon, but to have it happen to you today. Here's 3rd down. Eric Owen, it's knocked down at the line of scrimmage. Looked like Ellis Johnson, number 61, got a hand on it. And this time, Florida stiffens on 3rd down, not allowing Georgia to convert. And it might be time for Georgia to give the old shovel pass a rest.
Eric Zeier was disappointed. You could see how upset he was as he came off the field. He had an open receiver, but Ellis Johnson made the big play, batting it down.
This is a 27-yarder for Canaan Parkman. And again, he hits it, and again, it's right down the middle. So, at the end of the first quarter and all of the second quarter, it has been the Georgia Bulldogs as they now take a 7-point lead over Florida.
Two summers, 2 winters, 2 springs, 2 falls. All this, just $2.99 a month. The S-Blazer 2-year lease. Why drive an imitation when you can drive the vehicle that originated the species? Chevy S-Blazer.
Teamwork and discipline are principles I learned playing football, and these same qualities coupled with high standards are needed in the classroom. The Promise of Tomorrow scholarship program helps students in college football to pursue a teaching career. We need to encourage dedicated young people to become teachers because quality teachers are vital to America's future.
Hitachi and the CFA, partners in the Hitachi Promise of Tomorrow program.
Come visit the campus of the University of Georgia. From Tybie's Light to Rabun Gap, from rich agricultural land of the coastal plain to the international ports of Savannah and Brunswick, from Bremen and Chatsworth to Hinesville and Douglas, to the ever-changing skyline of Atlanta. From mountains to the coast, we're proud to serve the people of our state at the University of Georgia.
There is Ryan Sanderson getting set to kick off for Georgia. And where it goes, nobody knows. It has stopped raining. A very short, a very high kick that's going to be fielded all the way up at the 26-yard line. That's Harrison Houston, and with the state of the field today, these teams repeatedly are setting up offensively in very good field position. Well, it's time once again for our Coors Light fan picks. College football poll. Just call 1-800-932-3000 to vote. And once again, Florida State is on top of our poll. We have a new quarterback for Florida. Terry Dean, the junior from Naples, Florida, is in the lineup as Danny Werfel not back after that big hit by Mitch Davis. And on his first play of the game, there's a completion to Willie Jackson going to the far side of the field. Now, Terry Dean was the starter early in the season. He threw 4 interceptions in the Kentucky game, was replaced by Werfel, and it's been Werfel ever since. And there's Danny over on the sideline.
And I think you have to trace whatever happened to Werfel back to the sack by Mitch Davis, because he hasn't been in there since, and that was quite some time ago.
Dean has completed 67% of his passes so far this season, so this is an accomplished quarterback playing for Florida right now. There's Eric Rett, big hole up the middle. He finally gets brought down by Greg Trimble. And Florida moves into Georgia territory.
Terry Dean was the heir apparent to Shane Matthews. He had to sit and watch and learn as a backup quarterback to Shane Matthews as Matthews went and broke all the SEC and Florida records for passing. Didn't play well after 2 games this year, and Steve Spurrier went with Danny Werfel, the freshman. But he's in right now.
Again, back to throw on 2nd and 3. And another completion to Willie Jackson once again.
Hey, what? That jersey from Dean is a little too clean, isn't it? He's got to get that thing roughed up a little bit.
Chances are it won't last. There's Jackson once again.
Jackson working across the middle of the field. Georgia's just in his zone, and nobody's breaking to the football till long after it's caught by Jackson. But you got to be impressed with Terry Dean coming in a tough situation and completing his first 2 passes.
Muschamp put on a good hit, but did not dislodge the ball. 1st and 10, the ball to 29-yard line. Here's Eric Rett, and he breaks the tackle and gets to the outside and stays alive. Gets down near the 20-yard line. Ralph Thompson finally brings him down. I love the way that Eric Rett is running under control. The field is quickly disintegrating, and he's doing a nice job of maintaining balance.
Talk about another player who played behind somebody. When Eric Rett came into Florida as a freshman, he played behind Emmitt Smith, and Emmitt Smith took him under his wing, taught him a lot about how to play and how to approach the football game. He's so impressed with Emmitt Smith, he actually tried to start to walk like him.
You young players out there, a good look at how you keep your feet underneath you. Again, Eric Rett, this time absolutely no place to go off left tackle.
And now Eric Rett, to his credit, is doing the same thing with some of the younger running backs here in Florida. So, and he's proud of that. He says, I want them to emulate me the way I tried to emulate Emmitt Smith.
Mitch Davis, the Bulldog linebacker, was the guy who stopped up that last play, and he's playing just about as good a half of football as a player could have. Over a 5-yard per carry average for Rett here today. And, of course, that tremendous touchdown leaping for the corner. 3rd and 2 here for the Gators. The 21-yard line of Georgia. Dean takes a nice safe toss to the outside to Jack Jackson. And they took advantage of the fact that Georgia was giving him a lot of room on that side.
Well, you're exactly right. Greg Tremble, the cornerback, was 12 yards off the football. And I really did see the need in that particular down and distance situation to be that far off. They certainly just gave the first down to Florida.
I wonder if Dean audible to that. If he did,
I'm sure he did. Or
congrats.
Absolutely. When you can get the easy first downs, you take them.
Junior Terry Dean at the 15-yard line. The delay to Eric Rett doesn't look like much, but that's good for about 6 yards. Eric Rett gets inside the 10. Philip Daniels again with the tackle for Georgia. 20-13, Georgia in the lead. You see the clock. That's what's left in the first half. Whoa. Under normal conditions, a very brave man, but that thing looked rather immobile. 2nd down, 5 yards to go for Florida. The clock down to 4 seconds. They get the snap off. Under pressure. Dean still moving. Mitch Davis finally comes in and gets Dean down, but that was a combination of tackling and falling at the same time. Credit to Georgia secondary. They had everybody bottled up.
This is a quarterback. Every time that Terry Dean is ready to throw the football, somebody's in his face. Mitch Davis there. I'm sorry, that was Matt Storm. And he finally had Harrison Houston open, number 84, in the end zone. Couldn't get the ball to him either as he stumbles and tries to get as much yards as he can. That's very frustrating. Georgia's going to call a timeout right now as they get geared up here for a big 3rd down stop, or at least that's what they'll hope it'll be.
Well, they had personnel problems. They had people coming, they had people going, and they were not sure of the defensive personnel they wanted out on the field. So they really had no choice. Smart call there by Mitch Davis. We want to remind you that coming up on the Prudential Halftime Report, John Saunders will have scores and highlights, plus we'll profile John Cooper, who has really quieted his critics in Columbus by leading Ohio State to their best start in 14 years. All that coming up at the half on the Prudential Halftime Report. Ray Goff talks to his troops over on the sideline in his 5th year coaching the Bulldogs, a 33-22 record, and he was the 1976 SEC Player of the Year. And Steve Spurrier on the far sideline played in this series as well for the Florida Gators. And it's unusual to see 2 teams in a series like this where both of the head coaches have memories of their own.
Absolutely. As a matter of fact, 4 of the Florida assistant coaches and 5 of the Georgia assistant coaches have also played in this game. So they both very well know the intensity of this rivalry and the importance of winning this football game.
Florida, Georgia, one of America's great rivalries. And we are here today, and Florida's trying to score a touchdown to tie it up. 3rd down and 7, and Terry Dean at quarterback. Under pressure, that's Mitch Davis as he just tramples Terry Dean. And this guy, you may have to mail the Butkus Award to this guy.
Watch Mitch Davis. The scary thing here is he's unaccounted for. Nobody blocked Mitch Davis. He's the leading sacker for the Georgia Bulldogs, and nobody accounted for him on that play. The only guy that had a shot at him was 51, Anthony Ingrazia.
All right, here comes some field goal personnel onto the field for Florida. Judd Davis is getting set, spotting this ball at the 26, which will make it a 36-yard attempt. He gets it down. Here it comes, and it is good. So instead of the touchdown they would have liked, a 36-yard field goal by Judd Davis makes the score 20-16 in favor of Georgia.
I'll tell you, there had to be a blown assignment on the sack by Mitch Davis there, because it seemed to me the offensive linemen were blocking inside and expecting the back to go outside and pick it up. Watch Anthony Ingrazia, number 51. He's the left tackle. He steps inside, and I think he expected Eric Redd to pick up Davis. When realizing that nobody was picking up Davis, he tries to get a hand on him, but it's too late. Mitch Davis is going to make that sack every time, and you have to wonder why Reggie Green, number 78, wasn't in there, because he's the big left tackle for this Gators offense.
Well, we had a chance to talk to Georgia coach Ray Goff and what he thinks and some of his feelings about what this game means to him and to his ball club.
It's the most unique game that you'll ever be, from the standpoint of the way the stadium is the way the people are seated in quarters. It's Georgia, Florida, Georgia, Florida. What it's built around, the world's largest outdoor cocktail party, and just the sense when you get off the bus and you walk through the crowd. There's no greater feeling in college athletics than this football.
Well, that cocktail party did not take place this morning, as from about 8 o'clock until about 11:30 we saw a tremendous downpour here. There's the kickoff by Shane Edge, and two Georgia guys fight for it. Hassan Graham gets it, goes to the far sideline where he's tackled by Ben Hanks, and we do have a flag on the field.
And that can only
it's all
be
the way
outside.
back. That's right. It's all the way back where Florida kicked the ball off, but it's pretty good field position here for Georgia. We'll see whether they take it or not. You make them do it again? Maybe so. It's a pretty sloppy field. It's trying to predict what might happen in the kicking game here is Ray Goff, one of the most prolific passers in Georgia history.
What was the statistic we worked up? Eric Zier averages almost as many yards passing and attempts in one game.
I think
Goff did his entire senior year at Georgia.
There you go. Take a look at this now. Look at that. 622 yards at the bottom. That's Ray Goff's career passing yardage at Georgia. Zier had 804 yards in the last two games.
5 yards and kick over.
All right, Georgia's going to make Florida kick again.
You know, when we mentioned that to Ray Goff, he his eyebrows went up a little bit, as if to say, well, you know, I still threw with a pretty good efficiency.
He had a great line. He said, well, Vince Dooley told me we were going to throw the ball. He just didn't tell me that it was only going to be in practice and warm-ups. he failed to tell me that it was going to be during the game, that we weren't going to throw during the game. Well, let's give it a whirl as Florida loves those yellow flags and can't seem to stay away from them. Graham and German ran into each other last time as the deep men for Georgia. Let's see if they can. Already 7 penalties in the first half. We told you earlier they're averaging nearly 10 a game. Look well on their way to handle that mark today. Shane Edge, one of the country's best punters, gets his kickoff away. A good low line drive. Again, it's Graham fielding it. This time he's going to try the near side. The ball's loose. The ball's loose. Looks like both Georgia and Florida got a piece of it, and it's a dogfight now, and it's recovered by Florida. They're still fighting for it down there, but the officials gave the indication that the ball belonged to Florida. We haven't seen it come up and out yet. Ben Hanks is in there, number 11. We'll see who comes up now. Well, when 4 Florida players are the last guys up.
Sam McCourty, number 20, eventually came up with the football, but somebody put a vicious hit, I think, on Hassan Graham. Watch the hit on Hassan Graham. He doesn't exceed it. That's Ed Robinson. Who else would make a hit like that? I don't think Hassan Graham ever saw Robinson. I think he felt, first of all, he did a nice job fielding the punt, but he thought his lead blocker, Jerry German, was going to hit Robinson. He doesn't even see Robinson, and that ball squirts out, and there's number 20 hopping right on the football, Sam McCourty.
Terry Dean still at quarterback for Florida. And this time he goes deep. He's got a man open, and it's a Florida touchdown, Harrison Houston.
Wow, talk about coming back. Carlos Yancey, who's being switched from free safety to cornerback today. Steve Spurrier wastes no time in taking advantage of that turnover, getting the ball into the end zone. And Dan, you've got to be impressed with Terry Dean so far today. He has been flawless.
Coming in cold and wet. Has a strong performance after Danny Werfel was forced to leave. Here's Judd Davis. It's right through the middle, and we've got ourselves a 3-point ball game as Florida retakes the lead. And Terry Dean, 4 for 4 and 69 yards since coming into the ball game. Georgia has 17 unanswered points, and now it's all been Florida.
Okay, Harrison Houston will be breaking right to the post from the right side of your screen. Look at Terry Dean lay it up there. Houston runs underneath it. That is a perfect throw in these conditions, and Harrison Houston with a fine catch. He's got about a half a yard, not much more than that on Carlos Yancey, number 20, as he slides. Hello, that was like a hockey player sliding into the goal post after scoring. Terry Dean's a happy guy, and you wonder how many times have you seen quarterbacks do better off the bench in a game than when they come and have a whole week to prepare for it. I think that's the case so far today with Terry Dean. I mean, he just stepped in. He doesn't have time to think about it. He's just stepping in and doing a real fine job here for the Gators.
There's German and Graham again deep for Georgia. Graham with the costly fumble the last time around, and a smart move, by the way. Rather, let's take that back. A not-so-smart move by Georgia. Remember, they forced Florida to kick again after being offsides. They had the ball at the 30-yard line, elected to make Florida kick again, and on that re-kick, the fumble by Graham. Here is a short ball. That's Shannon Mitchell, and he's pelted pretty good by the Gators. Looks like another good hit by McCorkle. There's a lot of action today in college football. Again, a reminder that we'll have Penn State, Ohio State, and Nebraska, Colorado, Alabama, and Southern Mississippi. All times here you see are Eastern time. But we've got action here at the Gator Bowl. There's 1 minute and 3 seconds left in the first half, and Eric Zier goes to work out of the shotgun, and Mitchell doesn't hold on to it. Tries to turn upfield and tries to take off with it before he catches it. Darren Hambrick was there for Florida. And this is just about as much excitement as you could expect to see in one half of college football here, considering that the field conditions are less than perfect, shall we say. All right, here's Zier again. He's being chased by William Gaines. Oh, and Gaines, in a sliding move, kicks Zier right in the head. Appeared to be unintentional.
Well, he slid about 6 yards after he threw his panty on the ground. Watch Zier as he breaks out to the right, and watch how wet it still is out here, although the rain has abated. Look, he slides there at the 45 and goes clear past the 50. And there's a little shot to the head.
Yeah, that's
William Gaines saying...
we'll give him the benefit of the doubt and say it was not intentional, but that's why you dock big freighters slowly, as you can see. When they get momentum, they keep right on going.
I was wondering how you're going to work this Port City here into this broadcast.
1st and 10. There's a completion to Mitchell. McCorkle once again, who's just getting into the thick of things here in the second.
Keep in mind, too, that Georgia only has 1 timeout left. They've used some earlier defensively today. They have to keep the ball moving.
2nd and 6, and Zier kills the ball and the clock.
I would think at this point, with 17 seconds left, the Georgia Bulldogs at least want to try and get in field goal range and give their kicker a chance to make a field goal and tie this game up going into halftime.
Keenan Parkman's longest kick of his career is 48 yards, but one would have to assume that that's unreasonable on this field.
Although the kickers have been pretty efficient so far today, which is surprising.
From short range. All right, across the middle, there's a Georgia 1st down. That'll stop the clock while they move the chains. Bryce Hunter this time holds on. And 9 seconds left here in the 1st half.
It's a 1st down for Georgia.
Florida defensive coordinator. He's got to try to figure out what he's going to do right now, and a look at this one from behind.
Eric Zier drops back in the shotgun. He's had time all day from the shotgun, and he's able to see Bryce Hunter comes across the middle. Now, what I don't understand is Georgia has used their last timeout. They could have taken advantage of the fact that the clock is stopped by the 1st down, which you had mentioned, Dan. They could have gotten another play, even killed the clock, wasted 2 seconds. They could complete a pass and then call a timeout to set up the field goal unit. This is going to be a little hairy situation because now they have to complete a pass somewhere around the sideline. It's the only way they're going to be able to stop the clock.
They either have to work the sideline or go to the end zone.
Right.
Anything across the middle, they have no chance of getting a second playoff. And you're right, John. A very curious election to take that last timeout.
Not very good use of the timeout. This really basically gives them 1, maybe 2 shots into the end zone or to the sideline.
Zier on the move on purpose. Works that sideline, and he completes the pass. Yes, he does. 2 seconds left on the clock, and what a job by Bryce Hunter of coming down with the ball and getting a foot in the field of play.
Absolutely.
Whoa, that was nice.
Well, they ran the sideline pattern. They knew what they were doing on this play. Give Ray Goff credit. Bryce Hunter goes up and somehow manages to just get that left foot in bounds, and lost in the confusion of today's activity. We have failed to mention Bryce Hunter now holds the single-season record for receptions at Georgia, breaking Andre Hastings' mark.
All right, here comes Keenan Parkman, a 38-yard attempt, and that has no shot. Well to the right, and that's how the 1st half here at the Gator Bowl in Jacksonville, Florida, comes to an end. The 72nd meeting between Florida and Georgia at the half has Florida leading 23-20.
CFA College Football on ABC Sports, brought to you by the new Chevy S-Series line of trucks. So new from the inside out, everything else is history. And Hitachi. Hitachi makes over 20,000 innovative products. We'll be back with halftime activities after this message and a word from our ABC station.
Fooled you. Now see if you're any better at guessing which is the real thing and which is Hitachi Ultravision. Too tough to call? That's because of Ultravision's ultra clear, ultra sharp, and ultra bright picture.
Hit it! Okay! Ultra clear! Ultra sharp! Ultra bright! Ultra vision!
Maybe she wants my autograph.
Maybe!
Yeah! Ultravision. Only from Hitachi.
Owens Corning presents an exciting debut, Pink Plus, a new insulation that's silky to the touch. The reason? Pink Plus is our famous pink fiberglass insulation wrapped in smooth pink poly, which also makes it extra easy to install. So get in touch with a premier insulation. For the Pink Plus dealer nearest you, call 1-800-GET-PINK.
Before you buy a new car, consider the comfort. Consider the quiet. Consider the power. consider the fit and the finish. But most importantly, before you buy a new car, consider these options. The Chevy S-Series, so new from the inside out, everything else is history.
Saturday.
Party with that.
It's a Halloween bash for the entire family.
You ain't seen nothing yet.
Ashley and Mary-Kate Olsen, Meshack Taylor and Clara Sleetsman in Double Toil and Trouble. Then it's Paula Poundstone.
All right, come on in here. We'll fit. Come on.
And she's got her own show.
I'm a television viewer myself, and I just want to have a moment to bond with you.
Expect the unexpected on the Paula Poundstone Show, premiering Saturday after Double Toil and Trouble.
Mom!
What, sweetie?
What would you do if the giant octopus crawled out of the swimming pool and ate the whole house?
I guess I'd call Alpha. They insure our house.
What if he ate our car?
I'd call Alpha.
What if he ate Dad?
I'd call Alpha. Alpha handles all of our insurance.
What if he ate me?
He'd get indigestion.
Call Alpha.
Every single customer is important to us. After all, they chose us for one of the largest purchases of their life. I believe they deserve service beyond their expectations.
Terry Spitzer of Roebuck Chrysler Jeep is serious about customer satisfaction.
Signing the papers is not the end of the relationship, it's the beginning. We stay in touch with our customers and let them know that we're with them down the road. If we make them happy the first time, chances are they'll give us the opportunity again.
Watch 6 Sports Saturday tonight at 10:30 on WBRC. The Prudential Halftime Report is brought to you by the Prudential. When you face the most important financial decisions of your life, turn to the Prudential. Peace of mind. It comes with every piece of the rock. From New York, John Saunders.
Joined by the Great Pumpkin, obviously. Ghosts and Goblins, the Halloween edition of the Prudential Halftime Report, and that is enough of that. Let's get rid of that fella, and let's move along with some scores and highlights. We'll start off with the #2 team in the nation, the Fighting Irish of Notre Dame. Supposed to be an easy one up against Navy today as well. They've won 29 in a row over the Middies, but look at the score, 24 apiece. Roger Staubach was quarterback at Navy in 1963, the last time they beat the Irish. Jim Kubiak, 54 yards to Jimmy Screen here, takes it in for the touchdown, and Navy had taken the lead once again. They led throughout the game, never trailed, 24-17 was the score there. Then Kevin McDougall goes 44 yards to Lake Dawson. Good job to get out of the clutches there and then toss a nice soft pass. Watch Dawson down the sidelines, the end zone for the touchdown as the Irish come back and tie this one at 24 apiece. But as I mentioned, the Fighting Irish have been coming back throughout this game. We will keep you updated. Miami facing Temple. The Hurricanes leading at 21-7. Ryan Collins, another good start here. Touchdown pass to Jonathan Harris. 21-7 was the score at that time. Collins has thrown for 2 and rushed for 1 touchdown as well. South Carolina facing Tennessee. Heath Schuler, 43 yards to Corey Fleming. Schuler just stops and lofts the perfect pass. Doesn't even have to break stride. 28-3 was the score at that point. That's where they stand now. 8th touchdown reception of the season for Fleming. That ties a Tennessee record. Virginia and NC State. 10-3, Virginia has now taken the lead in this one in the ACC. In the Big Ten, Michigan and Wisconsin. Wisconsin leads the battle of field goals 6-3. Schnetsky has 2 field goals in this one. Brent Moss has gone over 1,000 yards for the season in this one. Larry Emery was the last player to do that for the Wisconsin Badgers. Meanwhile, some key games we'll keep an eye on later on tonight, including the top 3 games in this one, which will be seen here on ABC at 3:30 Eastern Time. Check your local listings. Another important one with Rose Bowl implications, Arizona and UCLA. Arizona undefeated coming into the game. Top 25 teams idle today. Louisville, they'll play Tennessee next week on ABC. North Carolina's also idle. And speaking of Louisville, earlier this week, they decided to pick up the invitation to the Liberty Bowl. The reason? They are shut out of the coalition as an independent. They could go 10-1 and not go to a big bowl game. Schnellenberger reacts.
We studied long and hard to see if there was any reason why we should not commit it this time, and as we looked at the options, the possibilities, it became obvious that if this football team went 10-1, there was no better place that this football team could go. And that's very disturbing, but that's the way it is.
course, Penn State last year in a similar situation when they went to the Blockbuster Bowl as an independent in the Big Ten now this year. Texas Tech leading Texas in this one. As a matter of fact, they've jumped out to a big lead, 17-0. Byron Moore's 4-yard touchdown run. Robert Hall, 10-yard touchdown pass to Lloyd Hill, 17-0. Tech has the lead there. Georgia Tech facing Duke and leading this one, no surprise, 21-0. Dorsey Levens, a 1-yard touchdown run. Donnie Davis, 72-yard pass to Charlie Simmons for a touchdown. Maryland and Clemson. Maryland won this one last year. Thus far, it's 6-0. Derek Witherspoon, 1-yard touchdown run. They missed the point after. Virginia Tech and East Carolina, 14-3. Tech has the lead. Dwayne Thomas has a 1-yard touchdown plunge in that one. Memphis State and Cincinnati. Matt Cody, 89-yard kickoff return for Memphis State, but Albert Sweet has a 55-yard touchdown reception, is tied 10 apiece. Ball State and Eastern Michigan. Eastern Michigan doing a terrific job after starting off slowly this year. 13-8. Bristol Green, a 15-yard touchdown run for them. Bowling Green trailing Miami of Ohio. Bowling Green, 20 straight in the conference without a loss, but they're down 10-7. Beelan McCullough with a 1-yard touchdown run. Valparaiso facing Dayton and trailing it right now. 21-0 is the score. Judd Mintz, a one touchdown rushing, and 2 touchdowns receiving. Boston College looking for their 5th win in a row facing Tulane now. Glenn Foley, 51 yards to David Green, and they lead 7-0. Western Michigan, the Broncos facing Army, and Kevin Vaughn has a 4-yard touchdown run as Western Michigan trails 7-3 in that one. Columbia and Princeton as we check into the Ivy League now. Keith Elias, 15-yard touchdown run, his 14th of the season. 7-3 the lead there. Jim McGeehan has a 1-yard touchdown run as Penn is leading Yale 14-0. Cornell facing Brown. Chad Levity, 3-yard touchdown run. 7-0 is the score there. And Harvard leading Dartmouth. It's now 10-8. Mike Giardi has a 15-yard touchdown run in that contest. All right, we will continue with more in just a moment here on the Prudential Halftime Report. But first, I'll look at some more scores, including Boston University looking to up their perfect record, but they trailed New Hampshire 14-0. Coming in, they were 7-0. When we come back on the Prudential Halftime Report, Marianne Grabavoy speaks with John Cooper, the head coach of the Buckeyes.
A pioneer in managed health care. A major resource to help fund your child's education. Peace of mind, it comes with every piece of the rock.
Start saving $300 a month when you're 23, and you could retire a millionaire. Start at 30, and you might reach 600,000. At 40, about 200,000. Which is why you need Prudential's Financial Assessment Program. A personalized computer analysis of where you are, where you want to go, and how we can help. Because nobody plans to fail. They just fail to plan. Call Prudential Insurance now.
Welcome back once again to New York in the Prudential Halftime Report. I'm John Saunders. We're at halftime of game number 1. 3 games of regional interest at 3:30 Eastern Time. For a preview, first, here's Mark Jones.
John, coming up later from Boulder, both Nebraska and Colorado will have oranges on their minds, because the winner of this game will definitely have a leg up on a Big 8 conference title and a berth in the Orange Bowl. Colorado has only lost 1 game in conference play since 1989, but there was a 52-7 whipping last year at the hands of Nebraska, a fact not lost on Colorado players. Now to Steve Zabriskie.
Just one of the many traditions here at the University of California campus is Tightwad Hill overlooking Memorial Stadium. In fact, some guys have already staked their claim to some good seats for the Cal-USC game we're going to have for you later today. Hey, guys, great seats, huh? What'd you have to pay for those?
Hey, dude, it's Tightwad Hill. It is great. Go Bears!
I think I'll go back to the booth. Now let's go to Keith Jackson in Columbus.
For the first time in more than a decade, the shadow of this man, Woody Hayes, does not lie across the fortunes of the Ohio State football team, but firmly in the hands of this man, John Cooper. The Ohio State Buckeyes have won their first 7 ball games. If they can keep on winning right through the Rose Bowl, they got a chance to be national champions first time since '68. But today, they got to handle Penn State. Not easy. Now, John Saunders.
As Keith pointed out, when you coach in the shadow of Woody Hayes, the only thing that's acceptable is remaining undefeated. John Cooper found out, as Earl Bruce has as well. Marianne Grabavoy has the story.
Oh, what a difference a year makes. This time last year, the Ohio State faithful were calling for John Cooper's head. In fact, in the last 5 years, disgruntled fans and some of the local media have had John Cooper gone several times.
And they'll get me. Do you still believe
Well,
that?
yeah, I believe that very strongly. I think there are two kind of coaches. The coaches that have been fired and those that will probably get fired. If you stay in the game long enough, you're not going to please everybody. I think eventually, unfortunately, a lot of college football coaches get fired. I just hope it doesn't happen to me, but in reality, it probably will someday.
A lot of people say Buckeye fans are like no others. Critical when you win, they'll cook you when you don't. Now in his 6th season at Ohio State, John Cooper has been laboring in the long shadow of the legend of Buckeye football, Woody Hayes. But before Woody's reign, Buckeye territory was known as the graveyard of coaches, and Woody let his successor, Earl Bruce, know it.
Jokingly, he said that's really not the effigies that they hang in Columbus, Ohio. It's the real thing.
Meaning?
Meaning that the coach is the person they hang, you're not ever hung an effigy. You're really, that's how brutal they are as far as football is concerned in Columbus.
In his 9 years at Ohio State, Earl Bruce's record was 81, 26, and 1. Despite a .755 winning percentage, he was booted out in 1987, and John Cooper took over the hot seat.
Do you think the expectations here at Columbus are a lot higher than other places?
I think they are. I don't think they're getting higher than they are in Columbus. And, Earl also said that you have to be dead or retired to be appreciated as a football coach.
John Cooper may have silenced the Boo Birds for now, but he knows humility is always just a week away. And for the Buckeyes, the toughest part of their schedule is still ahead. Penn State, Wisconsin, and nemesis, Michigan. Some would say it's a miracle John Cooper's still at Ohio State, given that he hasn't beaten Michigan yet, gone to a Rose Bowl, or won a national championship.
If you really believe the fans will someday drive you out of Ohio State, it must be pretty sweet for you now.
Well, it is sweet, and who knows? I may outlast them. I may get out before that happens. Who knows? You're under a microscope. When you coach football at Ohio State, everybody wants to know, where you live, how big's your house, how much money you make. The best way to shut up all your critics is to win.
Joining me now is Marianne Grabavoy, and as John Cooper pointed out, if you win, everybody's happy. But as you pointed out, the toughest part of his schedule is still to come.
That's absolutely right. John Cooper told me, he said, thankfully, he's never been hung in effigy. He said, but a couple years ago, he went to a local diner in Columbus and wanted to have a quiet breakfast. Well, the guy sitting next to him at the counter said, hey, if you're looking for a house in the neighborhood, there's going to be one for sale. The head coach at Ohio State's going to get fired. And Cooper said, really? Well, he extended the guy his hand and he said, hi, I'm John Cooper, the head coach at Ohio State. Well, the guy bought Cooper breakfast, and I think at 7-0, John Cooper's bought more than a little time at Ohio State.
All right, Marianne, thank you very much. Back with more in a moment.
One of the most innovative real estate companies in America. The leader in individual life insurance. Peace of mind. It comes with every piece of the rock.
A new set of academic standards will go into effect in 1995. To practice, play, or receive an athletic scholarship, freshmen will need a minimum grade point average of at least 13 core courses in high school and a minimum score on the SAT or ACT. Make it a point to talk to your coach or your guidance counselor about these requirements. Prepare yourself now. It's never too early to hit the books.
This message provided by the NCAA.
The Prudential Halftime Report has been brought to you by The Prudential. When you face the most important financial decisions of your life, turn to The Prudential. Peace of mind. It comes with every piece of the rock.
And we'll get you back to the Gator Bowl in just a moment, but first let's update some scores. The Irish have taken the lead now. Randy Kinder, a 70-yard touchdown run. They lead Navy 31-24. Miami leading Temple 28-7, the score there. Virginia and NC State in the ACC all tied up at 17 apiece. And Michigan trailing Wisconsin. Terrell Fletcher, a 12-yard touchdown run there. It's 13-3. Time now for the World Cup soccer update. Saudi Arabia has qualified, as has South Korea. Japan and Iraq have both been eliminated. ABC's coverage begins next June. The reigning teams will qualify on November the 17th. The second half kick is coming up right after this.
Elvira here, Mistress of the Dark and sometimes Surfer Babe, because Coors Light is the official beer of Halloween and the parties at the beach. Malibu Beach, where you can hang ten. Look, Frankie and Annette. And of course, when it's time to chill, just reach for that cooler of Coors Light. Aged ice cold, never frozen stiff. It's the right beer now for Halloween. Just look for the silver bullet smooth display and dig up your friends now for a party at the beach. Happy Halloween, dudes.
In Europe, things happen on time, right on schedule. Punctuality is the norm, and that makes Europe the ideal environment for UPS. Fact is, UPS has built the most comprehensive delivery network in Europe. So when you have a shipment going there that has to be on time, use the delivery company whose punctuality is a time-honored tradition. UPS, the package delivery company more companies count on.
This is hydroplaning in less than an inch of water, and they're being pulled by Goodyear all-season AquaTread radials. AquaTread's deep groove design channels water away as you drive for outstanding traction. Hydroplaning, AquaTreading. Think about it.
For this guy, any deodorant will do, but these guys need Speed Stick, antiperspirant that gives 110%. And now Speed Stick deodorant has a powerful new formula to fight odor. Speed Stick, for movers and shakers, the #1, the only one.
As expected, the shape is new and beautiful. As expected, it's quieter and has more space. As expected, there are dual airbags and anti-lock brakes. As expected, the automotive world once again revolves around one car. The new Accord EX from Honda. As expected.
Welcome back to the Gator Bowl in Jacksonville, Florida. Dan Deerdorf and John Spagnola here in a hot ball game with Florida leading Georgia 23-20. And there was a whole lot going on in the first half. This was Georgia's first touchdown of the day. A shovel pass to Shannon Mitchell, the tight end, and that made the score 17-13 at the time. And the lead has changed hands several times during the first half, and this was Florida's last touchdown, John.
Yeah, after getting a turnover on the fumble on the kickoff, first play right after the turnover, Florida comes back. Terry Dean to Harrison Houston. And that put Florida up 23-20. Terry Dean, by the way, took over for Danny Werfel, who we found out was pulled just because he was ineffective.
He was 3 of 9 with 1 interception at the time, Danny Werfel. Terry Dean came in and went 4 for 4 in that touchdown pass that we just saw. And incredibly, Florida has only thrown the football 13 times so far in this ball game. Eric Zier has put it up 34 times for the University of Georgia. And Georgia will start this second half offensively. Shane Edge gets ready to kick it off for Florida. And that's about the best-looking kickoff of the day, fielded by Jerry German. He's got some room. Gets up close to the 30, up around the 28-yard line. of Georgia.
At the halftime stats, Georgia has 42 yards rushing. Most of that is scrambling by Eric Zeier. The turnovers are even at 3 each, but incredibly not listed here. Georgia has thrown the football already 34 times today. Their passing yardage is 164 yards. And as Dan mentioned, it's kind of odd that Florida's only put the ball up 13 times. So Ray Goff has gone exclusively with the pass, and you can see Georgia's set right up in the shotgun. They're making no bones about it.
On first down, Zeier has it batted down at the line of scrimmage. Once again, Ellis Johnson. That's his second deflected pass of the day. And here are the Georgia offensive leaders, John.
As I said, Eric Zeier is leading in passing and in rushing with 30 yards rushing. Shannon Mitchell with 9 receptions for 70 yards and a touchdown. And Hunter, 6 receptions, 54 yards and a touchdown.
Mitchell chasing a Georgia single game best. That's 10 receptions in one game, and you have to assume that he'll own that record before the day is over. On second down, Zeier completes it on the far sideline. Let's see the spot. I believe that'll be good for a Georgia first down to Hassan Graham. Eddie Lake makes the hit. And I would expect to see Georgia, John, in this shotgun for the rest of the season.
That's just about what they've done. You can see Hassan Graham running out. You can see how sloppy the field conditions are. Usually you want a receiver to make a very sharp angle to the sideline. Receivers aren't running those kind of routes today. They're just trying to stay on their feet, and that's what Hassan Graham did to get the reception for the first down.
4-man rush by Florida. Ooh, and it's thrown back behind Bohannon, but he makes a nice catch, and we've got another Georgia first down. 2 successive passes for first downs. Larry Kennedy with a hit for the Gators.
Boy, Brian Bohannon made a pretty adjustment to the football coming across. Georgia likes to use some screen patterns. They'll bring Hannon underneath. You can see where the receivers are clearing out, but what a nice catch by Hosanna Graham as he makes a nice adjustment to the football behind him and kept his feet and made the first down.
Eric Zeier, here's that shovel pass once again to Shannon Mitchell, and he's in the open. Here comes a flag thrown late. This may be a holding call against the Bulldogs.
That's going to be on number 79, Steve Roberts. When you throw that kind of shovel pass, you need your guard to come out and make a trap block.
That's exactly what it is, holding Georgia. Boy, 3 good plays to start the half, and they are thwarted.
Watch 79 as he sets. Now Mitchell try and break underneath him, and he'll just tug onto that jersey and hold enough to get a holding call. And I'll tell you what, that is a call that is not normally made. Ooh. I mean, it's one thing to tug and pull a guy towards you, but he was holding and pushing, and when you have your hands inside the frame of the defender, that is a call that's not usually made.
Actually, it was Georgia, the Florida player, rather, who fell down and made it look much worse than it really was.
I'm sure as an offensive lineman, you take umbrage to calls like that.
Holding, 10-yard penalty on the offense, repeat the down.
Well, holding, as we have come to know it in both college football and the NFL, normally involves some real jersey grabbing, a tackle, some severe impediment to where the guy wants to go. That wasn't necessarily the case there with Roberts, but nonetheless, it's first down and 20 for Zeier and the Bulldogs, and he throws it deep. And he's got an open man, and it's Hassan Graham who has a chance to make the catch. Doesn't come up with it. Gilmore and Lott were both right there, but almost a catch by Graham.
Hassan Graham was about 3 yards in front of Anthony Lott on that play. Watch number 9. I mean, there he is, pretty good cushion defensively, but Hassan Graham keeps going and actually gets behind Lott. Let's see, Lott did not tip the ball.
No, that should have been caught by Graham. That ball should have been caught by Hassan Graham.
Not too much reaction out of Eric Zeier.
Here we go on second and very long. Across the middle, and again he hits the receiver with the ball.
I'll tell you, Jeff Thomas lost his feet coming inside the middle to catch that pass. When that ball hits off your face mask and your hands aren't anywhere near it, there might not be a worse sound as a receiver than to hear that ball doink off your face mask. And that's what happened.
It's not often you'll see 2 better thrown passes than Eric Zeier just threw, both resulting in incompletions. And that's just what we saw there. Third down. 20 yards to go for the Bulldogs. Low snap fielded by Zire. Pumps once, and here he goes all the way downfield. He's got a man, and he's got the completion. That's Jeff Thomas. And Eric Zire on fire here at the beginning of the second half. 3 brilliantly thrown footballs.
Thomas could have been called for a little bit of taunting there after the catch as he pointed his finger in Eddie Lake's face. But Eric Zire has the time. Watch Thomas work to the post. Actually, it looked like he wanted to settle up. It was kind of a, a hesitation and go move as he extends for the football. And when he comes up, he makes his presence known to Eddie Lake and tells him what a great catch he had just made.
Eddie Lake getting a workout this afternoon for Florida. Here's 1st and 10. Again, Zire to throw. Again, a beautifully thrown ball to Bryce Hunter. And he's inside the 5-yard line. We've got a flag down. This flag downfield.
The Georgia players are signaling defensive holding.
And needless to say, this will be declined.
We had holding on the defense. Penalty is declined. First down.
The Georgia Bulldogs are on the move offensively. Ron Zook, the defensive coordinator of Florida, trying to figure out what he can do. He has seen this before, most notably 2 weeks ago against Auburn.
The defensive hold does not occur anywhere near where the football is thrown as Bryce Hunter breaks into the middle. And that middle of the zone has been open today for Georgia most of the afternoon.
That's Hunter's 7th reception of the day. And this brings about a 1st and goal at the 4-yard line. Zire, one of the few times under center. The pitch to his fullback, Frank Harvey, and he goes absolutely nowhere. Hanks and William Gaines stop that thing cold.
I think Goff is just, this has not worked for him. He's better off spreading the field and staying in the shotgun when he gets down around in tight like he did. Last time he tried to run the football and abandoned it on 3rd down and threw the touchdown pass to Bryce Hunter. And I'm surprised that they're not in the shotgun right now, although they do have 3 wide receivers in the football game.
Actually, a small loss on the play. It remains 2nd and goal. And Zire now does go back into the shotgun. Eric Zire, a shovel pass, and wow, nobody there.
No shovelee.
No shovelee. There was a shoveler, but not a shovelee. Boy, I tell you, you get paid for this high-priced analysis, don't you?
That's about as expert as it comes, isn't it?
There was no play. Delay of game on the offense. Dead ball foul.
No play.
Let's take a watch at what no play looks like. Terrell Davis looks like he was supposed to be the player who's going to catch the shovel pass, and I think Shannon Mitchell's telling Ray Goff, hey, I'm the guy who runs that play. Nobody else should run that play. But definitely some miscommunication there in the Georgia offense. They get away with it, though, because they didn't run a play.
A 5-yard penalty on the play. But the play did not count, so they get the down over. It's still 2nd down, and there's a sack. Ellis Johnson, oh, he's played a big game. And what a way to celebrate his birthday. Ellis Johnson is 20 years old today. He has batted down a couple balls for Florida, and that is a timely sack on Zire.
Number 61, Ellis Johnson. I get the feeling from the way the offensive linemen were moving that they expected Zire to roll out on that play because his right guard and right tackle abandoned him, and Ellis came right up the middle.
And that was the 1st sack of the day on Eric Zire. That's the type of protection he's been receiving from that somewhat maligned offensive line. All right, 3rd and goal. Zire gets away, and he's going to take off with it. And he's knocked out of bounds by Ben Hanks up around the 6-yard line. So when Florida had to, they stiffened and held.
Well, at least he gets the yardage back from that sack to put the field goal team in a little better position. As you'll recall, Kanon Parkman missed the field goal right at the end of the half. But Eric Zire's been the leading rusher today for Georgia as he escapes as best as he can, but he does not get to the first down marker.
Tried to put a feint on Hanks there and didn't get away with it. Kanan Parkman, and he hooks this to the left. No good. So after driving down the field with ease, the Georgia Bulldogs come away with no points.
The interior of the new Honda Accord creates an open environment. It's roomy and comfortable and available in fine leather. The reinforced body is insulated to be quieter than ever. When you consider everything the new Accord has to offer, it becomes an open and shut case. The new Accord EX from Honda.
At Compaq, we realized that buying a computer raises a lot of questions. So we came up with the answer, Compaq Presario. Powerful computers that come preloaded with software that can correct your spelling or balance your checkbook. In fact, the Compaq Presario can even answer your computing questions. Oh, and if you happen to have a phone, it can answer that too.
Hi, we can't answer the computer right now. Please leave a message.
The new Presario from Compaq.
And now for some thin, different.
New Domino's Thin Crust Pizza. A crispy, crunchy crust pizza. It's a whole nother taste in a whole nother way. All right. Put that snap back in your life and always get something for nothing when you call Domino's.
Imagine a cold tablet that keeps symptoms from coming back 24 hours. New Effadac 24. Sudafed lasts 6 hours, Tavist 12. But one Effadac gives consistent relief 24 hours. Effadac keeps cold symptoms from coming back.
The Penn State Nittany Lions invade Ohio State in a key Big Ten battle, plus other regional action in Game 2 of a college football doubleheader next on ABC.
Okay, Florida gets the football at the 20-yard line after the missed field goal by Parkman. Terry Dean remains at quarterback. And this is Eric Rett working the left side, and he moves forward for a 5-yard pickup. For another update, let's go back now to our studios in New York. Here's John Saunders.
Dan, the Irish must have gotten some pep talk from Lou Holtz at halftime. Robert Farmer here, 9 yards, 4 of their 5 touchdowns by freshmen, but 3 touchdowns in the second half. Notre Dame now leading by 14. Dan.
So Notre Dame beginning to assert themselves at the vet. Right now, Florida with a 3-point lead has a 2nd and 5 at the 25-yard line. Eric Rett again takes the football, drives forward. He's up close to the first down. He'll be about a yard short. Charlie Clemens with the stop for the Dogs.
Eric Rett with 13 rushes for 68 yards, as Florida has had a much more balanced attack this afternoon than Georgia. And the fact that Georgia's missed 2 field goals has allowed Florida to go back to a more conservative, balanced attack, running and interspersing some passes along with that.
3rd and less than a yard. There's the quarterback sneak by Dean, and he appears to have it easily. Good line surge there by the Gators. 3 consecutive running plays by Florida. Not necessarily what they're known for.
Not at all. No, they came into the game averaging almost 350 yards passing. That was 3rd in the country and number 1 in the SEC. But as I said, if they were 3 or the game were tied, if they were 6 points down, I think they would want to pull the trigger a little bit more in their passing game. But they see no need to do that right now, and they probably want to go to work on the clock a little bit.
1st down for Florida. Eric Rett once again with the pitch to the right side, fights for about 3. Mitch Davis again with the tackle. What a first half Davis had. Davis was considering leaving Florida early, Georgia early and not coming back for his senior year, but Ray Goff was successful in talking Mitch into coming back for his senior year, and certainly Ray Goff thankful of that right now. This is one fine football player.
One of his goals this year is trying to get the sack record at Georgia, which is 12, held by Richard Tardit.
8 yards to go. Terry Dean has a man downfield, and he completes it. That's Chris Doering. Greg Tremble with the coverage. Doering, who had somewhat of a quiet first half, gets started here in the second.
That's only his second reception of the game, and you're right, he is the leading receiver for Florida. Here's a kid who patterns himself after Chris Collinsworth. Used to watch the Gators play back in the late 70s. In 1978, he said, I want to be just like Chris Collinsworth. He looks a lot like him. He's got the same first name, and he runs patterns a lot like Collinsworth did. He's a very smart football player, finding the openings in the zones.
All right, here's Eric Redd again up through the middle. He drives for about 5. Let's take another break and go back to New York. Here's John.
Dan, got bad news for former Wolverines here. Terrell Fletcher, 12-yard touchdown run as Wisconsin takes the lead over Michigan, 13-3. They've just started the second half. Dan.
Whoa.
Boy, that is hard to believe. Lose the game today, it'd be the 4th loss for the Wolverines this year.
If my voice begins to elevate later in this telecast, you'll know why. My collar's getting tight. How about a 2nd and 4 rather here for the Gators, and boy, there's a good-looking stop by the Bulldogs. Bill Rosenberg, the nose tackle, gets upfield, and he just throws Eric Rett for a loss.
Bill Rosenberg is the leading tackler coming into the game today, which is kind of odd for a nose guard, but he is able to get through and knife through the offensive line. Smart player. Bill Rosenberg was the academic All-SEC last year. He's an international business major. And what is a bright young man playing nose guard? I will never understand that.
Not by choice, I would assume.
By default.
From Moorhead, Kentucky. Here's 3rd and 8 for the Gators. Good protection for Dean. It's bobbled downfield by Jack Jackson, but he holds on to it, and he gets beyond the 45, and that ought to be good for a Florida first down. And it is. Makes it interesting here, John.
Watch Dory go upfield. Now he'll try and just hesitate a little bit while he falls down. Jackson works underneath and stays with the football and makes the first down. You don't get many opportunities to catch a ball twice, but Jackson made the most of that one and converted the first down.
The ball inside the 45-yard line of Georgia. Here's Eric Redd again. Good positive yardage off left tackle behind Reggie Green. Charlie Clemens with the tackle in Florida State. No big surprise, scores first against Wake Forest.
2nd down to the go.
Reggie Green is a guy, he's only in his 2nd year, 6'7", 296. He started every game so far as a true freshman and has played very well. I think he has an awful lot of potential. And I'd say the offensive line seems to be taking over this game right now for Florida.
Now this is a good drive they've got going now, mostly on the ground. 2nd down and a couple. Again, it's Eric Rett, and he has to try to make an adjustment. And look at Eric Rett stay alive. Good second effort by Rett. Back to New York.
Temple and Miami is a 3rd and 10 at the 49. Ryan Collins back to pass. Nothing doing, so he sprints to the outside. And then it's daylight to the end zone. Nice block there. Frank Costa has now come in for Miami as they lead 28-7. Man.
Eric Rett turned a sure loss into about a 1-yard gain, though it still brings up a 3rd and 2 here for Florida. And here's the pitch to the left side. He's got good blocking out in front. And again, Eric Rett showing why he's the Southeastern Conference's leading rusher. Follows a good block by his tight end, Charlie Dean, and gets the Florida first down.
Well, you're exactly right. Watch number 86. Well, he'll turn his man outside. There's a stunt inside. But all the linemen are doing a pretty good job clearing out the hole. That's Dean Golden, 62, making the block on the linebacker. And Florida is having its way offensively here in this drive.
You saw Ralph Thompson, number 26, just bounce off of Eric Rett.
As he closes in on the 100-yard mark. He had 196 yards last week rushing. And he is a strong runner. Ralph Thompson checking out of the football game. Looks like he was banged up a little bit. Georgia.
He made a slow walk to the Georgia sideline. A first down for Florida on a time-consuming drive. No surprise. Again, it's Eric Rhett breaking tackle, and again drives forward for positive yardage. And Florida abandoning the big play and attempting to power it out on the ground, and doing so on this drive effectively.
That's right. Florida is known for its big plays and scoring in a short amount of time, but they're showing the ability to just control the ball, take advantage of the fact that they have a 3-point lead here, try and use as many plays as they can as Eric Rhett goes over 100 yards.
8 yards on that carry, brings up a 2nd and 2. Terry Dean playing charades with his receivers, and they didn't get it. He was trying to signal to Harrison Houston that I'm going to get it to you in a hurry, and Houston kept on going down the field.
Well, there's the numbers. When a bat goes over 100 yards at the bottom, Spurrier is 19-1, and as a head coach, he's 22-1. When the team goes over 100 yards rushing, those losses came last week against Auburn, and that's when that #1 loss came up.
Eric Rhett had 196 yards against Auburn.
That actually was 2 weeks ago.
2 weeks ago, yeah, that was their last game. Dean was 6 for 6 prior to that incompletion. Again checking off, and I'm not sure he got this play off. The clock was down to 0, but it's alive, and his man fell down, Harrison Houston. Dean barely got that snap off. And this will bring up a 4th down situation for Florida.
Harrison Houston is wide open, and that little bump right there got him off course as Dean had already started to throw the football. He expected Houston to get more to the end zone with a less severe angle to the sideline. That little bump is what threw that play out of kilter.
That ball was thrown, you're right, back behind Houston, and he really didn't have much of a chance to get back to it. And on 4th down and 2 yards to go, the Gators are going for it. Eric Rhett tries the left side. And you hear the crowd on the Florida side. He's got a Gator first down. Dean Golden, the left guard, number 62, got out front with a good block. Eric Rhett taking control here in the 3rd quarter on this Florida drive. 3 minutes, sorry, John, 3 minutes, 33 seconds here left in the 3rd.
Spread out formation in order to block. Jack Jackson, #1, does a good enough job to stay on his man to allow Rhett to make the first down. Florida was in a spread out formation there, and that's a play you don't usually run from that formation, but it was effective.
1st and 10, the ball on the 16. Eric Rhett once again, and look at him break tackles. He is almost consistently breaking the first Georgia tackler's attempt to get him down. And right now, the Georgia defense a little bit back on their heels, defending the run. The Florida Gators like to strike quickly. A lot of people think that Steve Spurrier would rather score on an 80-yard touchdown pass than a 15 or 16 play 80-yard drive, and that's what he's working on right here. Again, Eric Rhett, and again breaks the tackle, but just not enough. Mitch Davis finally comes in as the 2nd tackler and gets him down.
Yeah, and that's what the Bulldogs needed defensively. I mean, they had to somehow find a way to keep Florida from getting positive yards, which they've been able to do on the 16-play drive so far.
Boy, and you can see the way Davis is walking back into that Georgia huddle. You are soaking wet. The field is slow. Your legs start to get real heavy right about now, and more so for a defensive player.
And they probably weigh 10, 20 pounds heavier because of the mud and the water on their uniforms.
But we're seeing fine stamina out of Eric Rhett. 3rd down and 7. Dean checking off at the line, changing his formation. Working the left side. And there's a flag. There's the flag on Carlos Yancey. Willie Jackson was working into that corner of the end zone, and Carlos Yancey made the mistake of not playing the football. You've got to play the football.
This is a classic case of face guarding. Carlos Yancey, number 20, working, but there's an initial shove by Jackson, which was not called. The ball is in the air, but there was a lot of jostling going around for that football. But Yancey gets called, and that keeps the drive alive for Florida.
Yancey made contact with the left arm before the football got there. You saw in that replay that he hit the ball with his right arm.
Pass interference in the end zone. Down on the 2.
But he was flagged for the contact against Jackson before the ball got there. The Georgia fans not happy with that call. First and goal at the 2. Eric Rett down inside the 1. Mitch Davis again.
Mitch Davis caught Eric Rett just as he was about to take off. Cut that flight a little bit short, but Davis looks like a tired man, doesn't he?
Well, he has a reason to be. Incredibly, this is the 19th play of this drive coming up for the Florida Gators. This is as long a drive as you will ever see at any level of football. 19 plays coming up on this one right here. It is the longest drive of the season for Florida, both in terms of number of plays and time on the clock. Second down. Dean tries it. We may get a look at play number 20, as he did not get into the end zone. CFA College Football on ABC Sports is brought to you by American Honda, who's been making quality cars in America for the past 10 years, and Coors Light, aged ice cold for that pure taste of the Rockies. Reach for the silver bullet, the right beer now. Here we go. Third down and goal to go on the 1-yard line. 21 seconds left in the third quarter. Play number 20 of this Florida drive. Eric Rett, he's in for the touchdown. Oh, and here comes a flag. You saw it thrown right there. This flag well after the play was over. It'll have no impact on the touchdown. You wouldn't think.
Well, it's only fitting that Eric Rett would finish that drive, since he's the guy who started it.
Yeah, that's sportsmanlike conduct after the touchdown. On the celebration on his team that scored, the touchdown is good.
That's technically a dead ball foul because it occurred after the play, so unsportsmanlike conduct on the Gators.
Eric Rett right over his center guard, lead blocking by Kelvin Randolph, and he's able to get up over into the end zone, and it's quite an impressive drive by Florida.
Here's the extra point attempt by Judd Davis. It is good, and we've seen some taunting, we've seen some celebration. The heated rivalry between Florida and Georgia beginning to perk up here at the end of the third.
Mustang Sally. Oh yeah. Yes, you better slow your Mustang.
Cold filtered Miller Genuine Draft. For those who've discovered its smooth draft taste, the world is a very cool place.
Why haven't you called home?
Mom, you remember when I told you that my friend was sick? Mom?
The rotary phone got stuck because it got a lot of rust around the motor.
I think I have amnesia. Why haven't you called?
Moms always know when you're lying.
One excuse you don't have anymore is price.
Your mom's gonna love this.
Introducing 1-800-OPERATOR from AT&T. There's no lower price for a collect call. Just spell it out. 1-800-OPERATOR. Remember, if it's not 1-800-OPERATOR, it's not AT&T.
I love you, Mom.
The interior of the Honda Civic was developed with a sunblock to help protect the fabric from fading and cracking over the life of the car. you may have a limit on your time in the sun, the Civic doesn't. See you tomorrow.
A reminder that tomorrow night, a brand new Columbo mystery on the ABC Sunday Night Movie. Faye Dunaway stars with Peter Falk in It's All in the Game tomorrow night, starting at 9 o'clock Eastern, 8 o'clock Central, right here on ABC.
Tell you what, if you're the Florida team, you've got to be ecstatic about that drive.
Yeah.
If you're Richard Bell, defensive coordinator, a member of that Georgia defense, watching that drive is going to be like getting your teeth extracted.
You're right about that, John, and they have to kick off from the 20 because of that penalty. There's Shane Edge. And this will result in good Georgia field position. Jerry German gets up beyond the 45-yard line, and, you know, 15 yards for that celebration really helps out Georgia, and they're getting started in good field position. Next Saturday on ABC Sports, it's college football regional action. A lot of you are going to see the Louisville Cardinals take on number 8 Tennessee. And then a Big Ten battle pits number 3 Ohio State against rival Wisconsin, who's giving Michigan all they can handle today. Plus, other regional action. Check for your pay-per-view options. That's 3:30 Eastern next Saturday here on ABC Sports. We had a Florida Gator across the line of scrimmage. Eric Zier looks like he's going to take advantage of a free play, completes it to Mitchell, and look at Shannon Mitchell go. Now, did anybody on the Florida side, on the Georgia side rather, jump? We saw that Florida was across. That will be the last.
They would have whistled the play dead if offensive lineman had moved.
Offside on the defense. Penalty is declined at the end of the third quarter.
That was the last play of the third quarter. When we come back, Georgia in good position. And we'll return with more action between Georgia and Florida after this message and a word from our ABC station.
Presenting the RCA 52-inch projection screen home theater. It's bigger and brighter than almost anything out there.
The interior of the Honda Civic was developed with a sunblock to help protect the fabric from fading and cracking over the life of the car. So while you may have a limit on your time in the sun, the Civic doesn't. See you tomorrow.
Things are really heating up for John Kelly.
Are you going to see tonight?
I don't know if tonight's going to be good.
Last night was pretty good.
NYPD Blue, Tuesday. Viewer discretion advised.
With 20 improvements, the new 1994 Lexus ES now has a lot more in common with the Lexus LS. Like dual airbags, a multi-adjustable passenger seat, aluminum engine technology, and an electronically controlled transmission with intelligence. And you'll find that even the pricing reflects some of our best thinking.
At Tom Williams Lexus Birmingham.
Some risks are worth taking. Others, like the risk of having a heart attack, are not. So at Brookwoods Regional Cardio Life Center, we've created something called a heart attack risk assessment. We'll check your cholesterol, your blood pressure, your blood sugar level, and even perform an EKG for just $10. A heart attack risk assessment for just $10. Imagine what you'll save.
Watch 6 Sports Saturday tonight at 10:30 on WBRC.
Well, let's get set for the start of the fourth quarter here. The Georgia Bulldogs are trailing by 10. They've got the ball for a 1st and 10 at the 32. Eric Zier has an open Shannon Mitchell. And John Spagnola, that catch rather, has some significance.
Yeah, it does. It's his 11th reception in this game today, and that breaks the single-game record for Georgia. It had previously been 10, held by Bryce Hunter and Charles Whitmore.
I'll be your setup man anytime you want.
Thank you, especially when it's a tight end. I think it's only fitting that I comment on that.
Couldn't agree more.
Thank you. If any guard set any or tackle set any records, I'll let you take that.
Well, how about a 1st and 10 for Georgia? Zier again out of the shotgun. Oh, and he gets hit as he releases the football. Kevin Carter comes in from his left defensive end spot and gets his arm. We haven't seen Florida pressure in quite some time on Zier, and there was a good look at some.
And we haven't seen Kevin Carter much today. He didn't get the start. Johnny Church started in front of him, but watch 57 as he comes in from Eric Zier's right side and just gets that arm. And, you know, a lot of times if you get there a little sooner, it's a fumble. And Zier could have hurt his shoulder on that play, too. But Kevin Carter with a very good pass rush from the outside.
2nd down and 10. Zier gets another completion. Guess who? Shannon Mitchell. And look at him break a tackle and move down inside the 12. Shannon Mitchell, one of the fine tight ends in America. Again, a 6'3", 235-pound senior from Alcoa, Tennessee.
He's limping off the football field. That's his 12th reception today. Up until last week, his best single day last week was 7 receptions against Auburn. He's eclipsed that by 5 today, 12 catches for 112 yards, and he has been a large part of that Bulldog offense this afternoon.
And they need him on the field, and they've got a 3rd and 2 without him. 4 wide receivers in for Zier, and he's going to take off with the ball. Oh, and Eric Zier lowers his shoulder, gets across the 10, and that appears to be good enough for a Georgia 1st down. Let's see where they officially spot it. And it is a 1st down for Georgia. Bernard Williams, the big left tackle, 6'9", 300-pounder, a good block out front in Zier.
No question about this. This is a quarterback drill all the way. All the receivers are lined up to our left. Zier takes it upfield. He puts his head down. Ben Hanks puts a good hit on him. And you hate to see a player duck his head like that going into a collision. That can get you injured.
Well, a little insight into the competitiveness of Eric Zier. Here on 1st down, throws falling backwards. And there's a flag in the end zone. Larry Kennedy was tied up with Jeff Thomas. Larry Kennedy with the "what did I do" look. I think we're about to find out from Dick Burleson, the referee. Interference, and that is a Georgia 1st down.
Both teams have used interference calls to get near the end zone on successive drives.
It was Carlo Yancey who got the call for Georgia, and this time it was Kennedy.
Down on the 2-yard line.
Well, you'll see Kennedy work on Jeff Thomas. Watch Kennedy, number 3, as he pushes on the back of him, has his hands on him. And the call and the official behind Kennedy made the call on that play.
The Yancey call was somewhat closer than that. No question of that one on Larry Kennedy. And this brings up a 1st and goal situation at the 2-yard line for the Dogs. Eric Zier throws the fade. And he threw it clear out of the end zone. Jeff Thomas pretty well defensed over there on the other side.
That's Anton Lott on the coverage. He did a good job. Thomas tried to set him up with a slant-in move and then went back to run the fade. But it's hard to recover your footing when you're jostling in there against that bump-and-run coverage.
Anton Lott, the cousin of Ronnie Lott of the 49ers and the Raiders and the Jets, and made his cousin proud on that coverage. How about 2nd and goal from the 2? Unfamiliar is Eric Zier under center. And he fumbles the ball. A fumbled exchange, and that cost him a couple of yards all the way back to the 4.
Sure, and when was the last time that the quarterback, Eric Zier, has been under center? Probably about 2 quarters ago. And I think that's...
well, actually, it was the play before, but before that, it had been a couple quarters.
It's been a long time.
It's been a long time. They've been in the shotgun formation the entire day. And that's the 2nd fumbled exchange.
That's right. Earlier fumble, the earlier one Florida had recovered. This time Georgia gets on top of it, but
It's 3rd and goal. They had 1st and goal at the 2. It's now 3rd and goal at the 4. Zier under pressure, throws into the end zone, just over the hands of Jeff Thomas. Good pressure by Mark Campbell, who is in Zier's face. Trailing by 10. Georgia's going to go for a field goal.
Zier gets the ball. He comes back in decent protection, although Shannon Mitchell lost his block there. And Jeff Thomas just can't quite extend enough to get his fingers and pull the ball down in.
Parkman missed his last field goal attempt. This from a rather severe angle. Sophomore Kanan Parkman this time gets it. So we now have a 7-point ball game. With the 3-pointer, Georgia trails Florida 30-23.
Honey, we're leaving in 10 minutes.
While virtual reality isn't quite here yet, the car is. The new Accord from Honda.
What kind of company would be responsive enough to make consumer loans in as little as 24 hours? Or develop low-cost life insurance for people over 15? Or make quick enough decisions to take advantage of changing times? At Transamerica, we may have a strong financial base, but we're very lean at the top.
People care about the world these days. They just don't want me to put another toxic antifreeze in their car. I mean, who needs toxic? So what if it protects to 70 below? Any antifreeze can do that. Tell me that it's different, safer. Tell me nothing protects better, and it's biodegradable. I mean, what if their dog gets into it? Or their kids? This is serious. It's a changing world. Poison's out.
New Sierra. It's not just antifreeze, it's safety freeze.
There is the UGA, who is a pretender, the Georgia mascot, and we'll get a look here at the UGA. Who's the contender? There's the real thing, the White English Bulldog UGA 5.
Turned around right on cue, didn't it?
Yeah, one of the more famous mascots in all of college football. And he's celebrating the fact his team's only down by a touchdown. Ryan Sanderson kicks it off. The ball is handled at Harrison Houston. And Houston again gets upfield. And both of these clubs today repeatedly are starting on offense in very good field position.
That's because neither team has been able to kick off all that effectively, and we've seen varying styles of kickoffs. Squib kicks, pooch kicks, deep driving kicks. It's put more excitement into kickoffs today than I've seen in a long, long time.
Well, the last time Florida had the ball offensively, they kept it for 20 plays. Eric Rett doing most of the work and got a touchdown out of it. Leading by 7. Let's see if they try it again. Good job defensively there by Georgia. Eric Rett had absolutely no place to go. Derek Bird, number 91, was the first guy in there. Those are the drives orchestrated by Terry Dean.
And that last one, 20 plays, 80 yards for a touchdown. That's why Georgia came out here, and they will concede the pass. They do not want to let Florida run the football down their throats like they did on that last drive.
Dean replaced Danny Werfel, and he's been sensational. Again, the delay to Eric Rett. Eric Rett bursts through a hole on the left side, moves into Georgia territory, and he's real close to a Florida first down.
Give the Gators credit. They were stuffed on first down running, and they stayed right with it, getting the ball to their big man, Eric Rett.
They're going to have to bring in the chains for a measurement, John.
But it's a delay draw. Eric Rett comes in, so it's good that Spurrier ran this off a play action or a play pass type look. But Eric Rett is having a monster second half.
Some serious holding and grabbing going on that time on the part of the Florida offensive line, but no flag, and we'll stretch the chains here and see if Rhett got a first down. He did not. Looks to be about 4 or 5 inches short. This will bring up a 3rd and very, very short. Notre Dame stretches their lead out over Navy. And interest in Atlanta, Georgia Tech easily handling Duke. And this game is of interest in Atlanta as well. Here's Dean. He drives forward for the first down. And the clock will stop while they move the chains. But again, Florida being very, very consistent on the ground. It must be really gnawing away at Steve Spurrier not to stretch this thing out.
Because you know he likes it.
Well, how about this? I'm on my way to Buffalo, where the Washington Redskins will take on the Bills at 9 o'clock Monday night. Alan Frank will join me there, and another edition of ABC's NFL Monday Night Football, the Redskins and the Bills from Orchard Park. Eric Rhett again to the right side, and he is collared there by Bill Rosenberg. Another play by Rosenberg where he gets upfield, and this guy's playing a strong game in the middle for the Dogs.
He is. That's the second time he made that type of play where he's able to split between the guard and center and knife through and make a tackle going to his left.
The 2-yard loss on the play.
Georgia needs to knock Florida back on first down. They were successful last time, but Florida still converted the first down on the strength of a second down run by Rhett. Let's see what Spurrier does on 2nd and long this time.
Steve Spurrier, 3-0 against the Bulldogs, working on a 7-point lead. Eric Rhett with the pitch again, and he's got more positive yardage. And look at Eric Rhett drive forward to pick up close to 8 yards on the play. Actually be closer to 10 yards. That was a 2nd and 12. Eric Rhett, there's really not much left we can say about him. What a sensational running back. And you know, he's a senior at Florida, and this guy has the ability, John, I think, to be a first-round draft choice in the NFL.
And that would be Spurrier's first player to be drafted in the first round. When he took over as coach, Emmitt Smith was drafted in the first round, but Smith did not play under Spurrier. But I think you're right, Dan. He's got first round written all over him.
Here's Mitch Davis getting in on the hit right away on Eric Rhett. Randall Godfrey came in to help clean it up. But that is good for a Florida first down. And this has been a yeoman effort by Eric Rhett. 9 minutes and 3 seconds and counting here at the Gator Bowl in Jacksonville, Florida. I'm Dan Deerdorf. John Spagnola is alongside. And this has been a fun ball game. Surprise. Eric Rhett again. And look at him break tackles. And Eric Rhett is into the open. And Carlos Yancey, the last Bulldog that had a shot at him, got him. And Eric Rhett is just not being brought down by the first Georgia player that has a shot at him.
This is a 2 tight end formation. Rhett's the only back, and he's able to cut inside. A good block by 71 Jeff Mitchell, then break it to the outside. And if it weren't for Carlos Yancey right here, Eric Rhett would have himself another touchdown.
That was just about as good as you can block a play at the line of scrimmage by the Florida offensive line. His last game, Rhett had 196 yards. You see his numbers there today, 157. That's 253 yards rushing the last couple of games. And again, he breaks the tackle at the line of scrimmage and moves upfield.
That's right. Randall Godfrey had a free shot at him, and he just ran Godfrey over.
Well, right now, one of the things that sticks out in my mind about Eric Rhett, this is a well-conditioned athlete. What he is doing here on this soft, muddy field almost defies description. This is a man who is in tremendous physical condition.
And look at that. The socks are down. The ankle tape is coming unraveled.
We'll save this guy.
He just keeps right on going.
Save this guy a spot in the hot whirlpool after the game. 2nd and 6. And this time, Mitch Davis penetrates, and he makes the tackle on Rhett. Rhett had no chance there, and that is probably the two best players on this formation. When Florida has the ball, that's steel on steel when Eric Rhett is meeting Mitch Davis. They will meet again. I will guarantee you it'll be somewhere on the playing fields of the National Football League. And probably here before this thing's over with. Six minutes, 55 seconds remain in this ball game, and Terry Dean has to take a timeout. No place to make a mistake inside the 10-yard line. Third down coming up for the Gators.
More from an aftershave and that same old alcohol burn. You gotta try a brand new aftershave. New sensitive from Old Spice. It's alcohol free because alcohol burns. That's why they took it out and put these new cooling sensates in for real refreshment to go with that great scent. It's proof aftershave doesn't have to hurt to work. So use new sensitive or you might get burned. Take the heat out of aftershave. Demand proof. Try new alcohol-free sensitive from Old Spice.
There are lots of reasons to buy life insurance. Here are two great ones. I'm State Farm Agent Mike Foley. As the Goff family has grown, so have their life insurance needs. That's why we get together for family insurance checkups. I make sure to explain all the options, and they decide on the plan that's right for them. Ask your State Farm agent for a family insurance checkup. It's a great way to learn about life.
Player of the Year honors and the PGA's richest prize are up for grabs when golf's top players tee off in the final round of the Tour Championship, live tomorrow on ABC.
Florida leading by a touchdown. Has a third down and 8. They can get a first down without getting into the end zone. 3 wide receivers here to the near side and confusion everywhere. Like a false start for the Gators, and that's going to back them up even more. Looked like Jeff Mitchell, number 71, got an early start.
Dead ball, false start on the offense, 5-yard penalty.
That really has to frustrate Steve Spurrier because as we look at the false start, there's number 71, Jeff Mitchell, getting off a little early. But when you call a timeout to set up a play, you don't want to see that play short-circuited by a false start by your offensive lineman.
Here in the second half, Florida has had the ball for 16.5 minutes to Georgia's 6.5 minutes. Again, the same formation. 3 receivers to the bottom of the field. Dean lofts it into the end zone, overthrows his guy, no flag on the play. Well played by Greg Tremble. And an opportunity for Florida to really put the big hurt on the Dogs. Try to get it to Chris Doering.
Chris Doering one-on-one on Greg Tremble. Tremble's the most experienced member of the secondary, and he turns just enough to get a look at the football. Gets a little bit of a nudge, but not enough to get a penalty called against him as he slides into the sideline there. But Florida trying to take advantage of that one-on-one matchup.
Here comes Judd Davis. He's going to try a 31-yard field goal for Florida. He's got it. He's got it. So Florida pads their lead. They move out now in front of the Bulldogs by 10, 33-23.
You know, if life were perfect, women wouldn't talk during the bottom of the night.
Yeah, and magazines would never smell like perfume.
No. See, if life were perfect, potato chips would cure hair loss. Dogs would walk themselves. And algebra, it would actually come in handy.
Well, hey, at least there's Amstel Light. It's only 95 calories.
Yeah, but it still has that real imported taste. Nothing's missing. Amstel Light is a great beer.
Look, if life were perfect,
if
you'd buy the next round.
All right. I'm buying. You got a camera?
The simpler my life is, the better. I don't need more stuff. I need good stuff. I sure don't need a car that costs as much as my parents' house. I think my car should be an ostentatious display of common sense.
CFA College Football on ABC Sports has been brought to you by Chevrolet, who invites you to see all the new Chevy cars for 1994. The 25th Anniversary Diamond for a brilliant celebration of your loving marriage. New Old Spice Sensitive. It's alcohol-free to take the heat out of aftershave. And UPS, the package delivery company more companies count on. Well, right now the Georgia Bulldogs are going to try to count on Eric Zeier to make something happen. Shane Edge kicks it off for the Florida Gators. Another high, very short kick fielded at the 24-yard line by Jerry German. And again, each team takes turns setting up offensively in fabulous field position. This time it'll be up around the 37-yard line for Eric Zeier. And there are his numbers on the day: 27 out of 47, a pair of touchdowns and 1 interception.
And his next pass attempt, which will probably be this play, will break the single-game record, which he set a couple of weeks ago against Southern Mississippi.
I leave all the good stuff for you, John. I really want you to be a big part of this thing tonight.
Well, thank you.
That's all right.
You're too kind.
Well, I've got another game Monday night. I don't want to leave it all here. Here's Zeier under pressure. Had to get rid of it early, and he took a good shot afterwards, trying to get it to Bryce Hunter. A reminder, we still got a lot of college football coming your way here on ABC. Nebraska goes to Colorado, Penn State, and Ohio State. That is live next here on ABC Sports. And don't forget, check the game in your area. If you want to see another one, find out about your pay-per-view options. Eric Zeier now looking at 2nd and 10 in his comfortable shotgun formation. Again, he has time, steps up into the pocket, and completes it upfield. Jerry German, who ran back the kickoff, this time gets a Georgia first down inside Florida territory.
Catches the ball against Shea Showers, number 2. But watch him just set and rifle this football in there. I mean, that is a perfectly thrown football. Eric Zeier showing all the poise in the world. And he is going to do his best job he can to keep this Georgia offense moving and get some points out of this drive.
6 minutes and 25 seconds left here in the ball game. Zeier and his Bulldogs trailing by 10. Steps up into the pocket, goes over the middle of the field and completes it to Bryce Hunter. Larry Kennedy finally brought Hunter down, but these two teams moving the ball at will almost. Georgia through the air, Florida on the ground with Eric Rett, each in their own way.
Dan, that pattern has been available all afternoon to Georgia. They've used a variety of receivers to come across the middle like that.
Ron Zook there, the defensive coordinator of Florida, right now a very unhappy man. 1st and 10, the ball's at the 19. Zeier works the sidelines, doesn't get it. A lot going on in college football. For an update, back to New York and John.
Wake Forest facing number 1 Florida State. Jim Kemp back to pass. Clifton Abraham steps in front of it, straddles the sideline to the end zone for the touchdown. His 3rd touchdown of the year. Right now it's 20-0. Meanwhile, Miami is, as you expect, blowing out Temple 42-7. Dan.
All right, thanks, John. A lot going on here. Georgia trying to eat away at that 10-point Florida lead. Eric Zier downfield overthrows Jeff Thomas. Anthone Lott back there with the good coverage.
And there's a penalty flag on the near sideline. A scuffle between Ellis Johnson and a Georgia offensive lineman. I don't know if this is going to be against both teams, but there's a little wrestling going around on the sidelines. Steve Roberts, 79, got into it with Ellis Johnson.
Wrestling?
A little wrestling, yeah.
Guy from Yale says wrestling?
I do when I'm at the Gator Bowl, yeah. Went in the Gator Bowl.
Who was the Gator?
Have a dead ball, personal foul on the defense,
Ooh.
automatic first down.
Oh, costly penalty against Florida. And hello to you, too.
Absolutely. That would have left Georgia with a 3rd and 10. And they probably would have had to go for it on 4th down if they weren't able to convert. Steve Spurrier, I mean, if there's one knock on Steve Spurrier and this team, it's that they get penalized way too much to be a ranked football team. Well, that just should not happen.
They have moved well into double-digit territory. We may have to go to the computers to churn up the number of penalties on the Gators today. Remember, they were averaging almost 10 a game, like 9.8 a game. And there you see 11 on the day. Zier on 1st and goal from the 9, into the end zone, into the stands, out the tunnel.
Good coverage by the Florida secondary on that play. Zier had no place to go with the football and just had to get rid of it.
A little over 2 minutes left in that Notre Dame game. 5 minutes, 51 seconds remain here in the Gator Bowl. 2nd and goal. Eric Zier has a man on the sideline. He completes it. Not much in the way of yardage to Hassan Graham. That was maybe good for 2 yards. Florida will concede that pass in this situation time and time again. As you would expect with the running of Eric Rett, the passing advantage goes to Zier and the Bulldogs, who have done nothing but throw the ball today. To say this is big is an understatement. 3rd and goal. Down by 10. No chance at all. Bryce Hunter, the nearest Georgia Bulldog, complaining that he was held.
And you have to wonder now, trailing by 10, if Goff goes for the field goal.
He is.
Or tries to get the touchdown. He's going to take the 3 points, which has not been a sure thing this afternoon.
No, but if this was 4th and 1, 4th and 2, you'd say maybe this is our best shot at a touchdown. Needing the 2 scores to get the tie, with it being 7 yards to go for the touchdown, it's tough to fault him in this decision. Kanan Parkman, kicked in 91, had to sit out last year with a bout of mononucleosis, now gets an opportunity. He delivers. He delivers, so Georgia back within a touchdown. 33-26, the Gators still with the lead.
Lasers. Satellites. Cellular data networks. What exactly have we launched here? UPS Total Track. The only tracking system that can confirm delivery of your air and designated ground packages coast to coast in seconds.
This package was signed for at 9:26 this morning by Mr.
The arms race may be over, but the package race is just heating up.
My life isn't about throwing money around. It's about hanging on to it. It's not about owning a $40,000 car. It's about owning a good car. It's not how much something costs that matters to me. It's how well it works. Look, don't tell me what I want. Show me you've got what I need.
Things haven't been that great with Steve and me for a while, so it's not a total surprise. Believe me, it's still a little scary being on your own now. You really need to start thinking about money. I haven't begun to think about that. When I went through this, I sat down with a broker over at P. & Weber. He looked at what I had, and we came up with a plan.
All right, welcome back to the Gator Bowl in Jacksonville. It has cleared up, and if ever Georgia needed to kick the ball deep and get some good coverage and not give Florida good field position, it would be right now. Ryan Sanderson gets his foot into it, fielded down and bobbled at the 15-yard line by Jack Jackson, and he gets up beyond the 30-yard line. Well, this was the Atlanta Constitution's Sunday sports section about the feud between Steve Spurrier and Ray Goff, and had a chance yesterday to ask Ray Goff about his relationship with Steve Spurrier.
Sit down and eat supper together a lot, but his wife and my wife are probably best friends, and when we were in Destin, Florida at SEC meetings, when I left the room, their little 5-6-year-old son was in the room with my 6-year-old daughter. And so, you know, we get along. I don't have any animosity. It's just that there's competition, and he and I both like to compete.
There is Eric Rett, and look at him drive forward. And it is no surprise that that's what the Bulldogs are going to see here in an attempt to run out the clock and protect a one-touchdown lead. I can suspect that we will see a lot of Eric Rett here. That is the time remaining in the game, you see there on the screen.
Well, this scene is reminiscent of last year when Florida went ahead 23-7. Georgia mounted a furious comeback, cut it to 26-24. Florida got the ball with 4 minutes and 5 seconds left and ran out the clock, and that's exactly what they're going to try and do to ice their 4th consecutive win against Georgia.
Rett got 6. This is 2nd and 4. And there goes Eric Rett driving forward for a Florida first down. This is a Georgia front wall that lost all 3 of their starters from a year ago. They lost 2 of their starters this year to injury, and when they need them most, they don't seem to be able to stop Eric Rett. Don't forget, coming up, our Thrifty Car Rental post-game report. We'll give you scores and highlights from across the country if we have time remaining. Steve Spurrier and Ray Goff. Spurrier is 3-0 in this series, and he's working on 4 in a row. Terry Dean to replace Danny Werfel. Confusion. I believe the clock ran out, and could this possibly be another penalty on Florida? If it is, it would make an even dozen.
Ball foul, delay a game on the offense.
Boy, oh boy.
When you're attempting to run out the clock, that is almost, that's not almost, that is an inexcusable penalty.
That's exactly right. At any level.
Forget the almost.
The 5 yards and the stop of the clock and everything that goes with it. That goes against what you're trying to accomplish.
You've got a quarterback on the other side with a hot hand. You would think that it would be paramount to Florida not to give him the ball back.
First down, 15 to go for Florida.
So Dean now faces a 1st and 15 with the ball on the 38-yard line of Florida. Eric Rett again bounces off people, makes something out of nothing. He works to get back the 5 yards that they lost on the penalty.
Eric Rett having his work today. That was his 38th carry, 1 more carry, and he ties the single game record for carries in a game by Emmitt Smith at 39. And I think that record will fall.
And again, on this type of a field, John, you and I are marveling at his stamina. He got 4 of the 5 back at 2nd and 11. Terry Dean's forced to go to the air. What a surprise. He goes to Eric Rett. And he goes out of bounds, and that'll stop the clock. Greg Tremble was over there with the coverage to run him out of bounds.
And that's one of the interesting things about Eric Rett is he is a fine receiver out of the backfield. He came into the game with 134 career receptions. That's number 1 in Florida for receptions by a running back. And that's why I say he's going to be very much sought after by the pro scouts. But right now, more importantly, it's 3rd and 7. And Georgia's got to find a way to stop Florida on this play if they want to try and win this football game.
If they stop Florida, this is going to be an exciting conclusion. Dean back to throw after the fake, and he completes it downfield with Chris Doering. And that is a Florida first down, and wouldn't you know it, in crunch time, they go to Chris Doering. Greg Tremble was there, but too late.
That has got to be the biggest catch for Chris Doering since he beat Kentucky with 3 seconds left in the game with a 28-yard touchdown pass. But when you can play action pass to Eric Rett, it's going to open things up in any situation in the football game. So Doering gets the reception and keeps this drive alive.
2 minutes, 48 seconds left in this ball game. We'll be back in a moment.
Camaro. What else would you expect from the country that invented rock and roll?
Teenagers are 3 times more likely to die driving at night than during the day.
Kid? With me, kid? Excuse me, with me, kid?
Talk to your teenager about serious driving issues before someone else has to do the talking.
Someone call her parents.
Brute. Men are back.
This is a Goodyear Aquatred, and this is a gallon of water. Aquatred's deep groove design channels water away. At highway speeds, it moves a gallon of water every second for outstanding wet traction. Aquatred, only from Goodyear.
Welcome back to the historic Gator Bowl, where this series has been played since 1933. Georgia holds a commanding lead in this series, but right now Florida's working on win number 4 as Eric Rett takes it outside and turns forward for a couple.
And you're right, if they do get win number 4, it'll be the first time since 1963. From 60 to 63, Florida had won 4 consecutive games against Georgia. And that does not sit too well with Ray Goff or the faithful at Georgia, who point to this game as one of the more, if not the most important football game of the season. And I think Ray Goff is feeling the same kind of pressure Gary Gibbs feels at Oklahoma, having not beaten Nebraska yet, or John Cooper at Ohio State, having not beaten Michigan, although Goff does have 1 win against Florida in his first year as a coach.
Got a timeout down on the field, and we'll take this opportunity to remind you that more college football coming your way next. Undefeated, 6th-ranked Nebraska visits Colorado, and then Penn State goes to Columbus to face the undefeated Ohio State Buckeyes. That's coming up next here on ABC's College Football.
Well, Dan, if Florida does win, do you think Steve Spurrier will make mention of the fact that Georgia boasts getting better athletes and Florida winning?
We showed you that picture of the feud, and most of the comments seem to have been coming from the Florida side of things. Steve Spurrier is an entertaining and outspoken guy, and he's not shy about reminding people that they hold the upper hand right now. They hold the upper hand in this ball game, and that's one of the big reasons why. Eric Rett on a 2nd down and 8 drives forward for about 5.
Georgia will call a timeout. That leaves them with 1.
They have no opportunity now with Florida moving the ball so effectively to try to make something happen. And take a look at that. 40 rushes on the day for Eric Rett, 179 yards today. This follows 196 yards 2 weeks ago against Auburn. That's a school record, that 40 carries in a ball game. And on a field like this, I don't want to belabor the point, but we're witnessing something special here.
That is impressive. You're absolutely right. That just does not happen a whole lot. When do you see guys putting water on their hands to get a better grip? That's how bad it's been this afternoon.
And Emmitt Smith, who's now with the Dallas Cowboys, I'm sure, delighted in the performance of one of his fellow alums here. We want to remind you that the executive producer of ABC Sports is Jack O'Hara. The coordinating producer of ABC's college football is Bob Goodrich. Today's game was produced by Tony Tortorici and directed by Patty Rotoloso. Our TD, technical director, Mike Blazo. And we'll get to the rest of the gang who's done a nice job here this afternoon in a moment. On 3rd and 4, there's Eric Rett, and he's not close to the first down. He is not anywhere near the first down. Our associate producer for college football is Jimmy Ressler. And we want to thank everybody up here in the booth. Craig Hayamoto doing the stats. Kelly Hayes, our spotter. John Basone, our associate director. John LaChance, our production manager. Les Weiss, our technical operations manager. We have had a fun afternoon, and our thanks to the folks at Jacksonville who've shown us a great deal of hospitality and a good look at the Gator Bowl that, if they are awarded an NFL franchise, will get a $120 million renovation. And the folks down here in Jacksonville excited about the possibility of that. And Florida now takes a timeout to discuss their options here with 1 minute and 40 seconds remaining as they face a 4th and 3 rather.
Well, it's interesting because they have to make a decision whether to go for it on 4th down. If they're unsuccessful, Georgia would get the football in decent field position out around the 35-yard line. Of course, they could punt it and try and pin Georgia back inside their 15 or 10-yard line. If successful, then you always risk getting a punt block. So I think Spurrier wanted to take a couple of minutes and mull this decision around a little bit.
You know, John, you and I want to thank our 2 assistants to the producer here today, Rico LeBay and Chris Schechter, who ferried us around, although I'm mad at them for allowing you to drive. I've never been lost that many times in one city before in my life as allowing John Spagnola to drive us around Jacksonville the last 2 days.
But you know my motto, I may be lost, but I'm making record time.
So Rico and Chris, don't let this happen again, all right? A big decision here for Steve Spurrier. They are only leading by a touchdown, 33-26. 4th down. A long 2. We'll call it 3 for a first down.
And the ball game.
To the air, and it's batted down at the line of scrimmage. Georgia will get their shot. Philip Daniels, number 89, knocks it down. And with 1 minute 36, the Georgia faithful are going to get what they hope for. One last chance to either tie or win this ball game.
That's all Georgia wanted out of that play, is to somehow stop Florida, and they did.
Well, talk about things that could happen. Georgia has made some great comebacks before in this series, and they get another opportunity now. Eric Zier in the shotgun. He finds his man, Shannon Mitchell. Shannon Mitchell still going and gets out of bounds. The clock would have stopped anyway. He had a first down.
And he's being reminded of that on his sidelines, but Shannon Mitchell is an experienced tight end, and he's having his best day yet as a collegiate.
Now a reminder here that Georgia has no timeouts remaining. They had to burn them up when Florida was moving the ball. 1 minute 26 inside Florida territory at the 49. Eric Zier goes quickly to the far side. Bryce Hunter. He moves inside the 45, and Georgia's got to hurry.
Pass complete to Hunter. Tackled by Robinson.
4 wide receivers in the game for Georgia. They spread the field. Here's the shovel pass again to Shannon Mitchell. The clock will stop. That's a Georgia first down. And we have seen that shovel pass at least a half a dozen times today by Ray Goff and this Georgia offensive team. And Shannon Mitchell is turning in the afternoon of a lifetime.
Georgia pulls this out. Shannon Mitchell will be one major reason why.
They are at the 36-yard line. 1st and 10. Eric Zier across the middle again to Shannon Mitchell. He's whacked immediately by Darren Hambrick. Good positive yardage for Georgia. They cannot stop the clock unless they get out of bounds or get a first down. Inside 30 seconds. Eric Zier steps up, batted down again at the line of scrimmage. Ellis Johnson once again. That is the third time today Ellis Johnson has batted down a ball. And that is the biggest.
Eric Zier was upset on that play. He was running over, pointing downfield. I think he felt one of his pass receivers were held on that play.
I know Georgia doesn't go back to the huddle. I don't know why not.
Yeah, they can.
The clock
call play. You're right. But they're in their 2-minute offense right now.
With 23 seconds remaining, Eric Zier, no pressure from Florida, and Florida will give him that one all day. Jerry German, and there's Darren Hambrick again with his second successive tackle.
But the spot was crucial on that play because it gave Georgia a first down and stops the clock with 16 seconds left.
Again, no timeouts for Georgia. 13 seconds left. That'll bring up 2nd and 10.
Well, you have to look back on the 2 missed field goals that have hurt Georgia now, and the fact that they absolutely have to get the football in the end zone. And then they'll make a decision about whether to go for 2 or not. But Ron Zook has been on a lot of pressure, especially the last couple of weeks, trying to get his defensive secondary to play well. And he'll take anything at this point. An interception, a batted ball.
You don't let anybody behind you.
No, you don't.
Will rush 3, drop 8. Eric Zier works the middle of the field. Is it a catch? Yes, it is. With 7 seconds, the clock will stop. That's a first down. Hassan Graham. And Zier will almost certainly kill the ball. He does. 5 seconds left. And Georgia gets 1 play. Well, how's this for a finish to a ball game? 82,000 people on hand here at the Gator Bowl, and I do not see a lot of traffic on the roads outside. I don't think anybody's left.
Well,
Ron Zook trying to get everybody off the field. Florida's got some personnel confusion. Here's the ball game, folks. It's a touchdown for Georgia. Jerry German. We've got a flag on the field. There is a flag on the field.
If it's against Florida, the touchdown stands. Timeout being called by Florida, and now you have to wonder if Ray Goff is going to go for 2 points.
Timeout, Florida.
Florida's taking the timeout. Jerry German on a slant over the middle. Kind of a post route, and Eric Zier fired that ball right in there for the touchdown.
Clock operator, put 5 seconds back on the clock.
Well, that play started with 5 seconds.
We need an explanation from Dick Burleson here. The touchdown has not been posted on the board. It appears.
The Florida defender calls timeout. You can see the timeout is called right before the play, and that play was negated. There was no play because of a Florida timeout. Good job picking that up.
Yeah, that play never took place. There was no indication there was a flag initially on the field.
That was Anthony Lott, which may be his biggest defensive play of the year.
Well, here we go again. Georgia, the last play of the game. Zier to the end zone. That's out of bounds.
Oh, a late penalty flag.
That's Anthony Lott, the Florida defender, working on Hassan Graham. And this is as goofy an ending to a football game as you're going to see.
Well, if it is pass interference, it'll be half the distance to the goal line. and Georgia will get one more play with no time on the clock.
It cannot end. A game cannot end with a defensive penalty.
Anthony Lott involved in two plays, two very strange plays with the timeout. And watch, Zaire's trying to get the ball to his receiver in the end zone. That's Hassan Graham. And there's a little pushing and shoving, enough to get a flag.
Well, Lott's playing the receiver, not playing the ball at all. That's a fatal error. But
now Lott's arguing that the ball could not have been caught in bounds.
Well, an interesting point there. The official who was right on it did not throw the flag. That came in from behind.
It came in from the line judge or the head linesman. You're right, because the side judge over there did not throw the flag. He might have been looking at feet and hands on the reception and not the interference.
Okay, let's set this up. No time left on the clock. One play for Georgia from the 2-yard line. In the shotgun is Zaire. He goes to the end zone. Incomplete, attempting for Jeff Thomas. Florida wins the ball game, 33-26. After an apparent touchdown to Jeff Thomas, negated because Florida had called a timeout right before the snap.
Jeff Thomas was open on this play. The ball was just thrown behind him, and you can see Eric Zaire agonize because he had an open receiver on that play.
The Chevrolet most valuable players of this game are Eric Rett from Florida and Eric Zaire from Georgia. Chevrolet will donate $1,000 to each school's General Scholarship Fund to reward outstanding students for their academic achievements and to assist in financial aid.
And Eric Zaire was 36 for 65 for 384 yards and 2 touchdowns.
The Florida Gators run their string to 4 in a row as they defeat Georgia today 33-26. Goodbye, everybody.
A promotional fee has been paid to ABC Sports by United Airlines. Come enjoy United's renowned international service, non-stop to London's Heathrow from 6 U.S. cities. Come fly the friendly skies.
Trick or treat! Hey, guys, I got a big treat for you. The Paula Poundstone show is going to be on ABC Saturday nights. There you go, no scraping candy corn off your teeth this year. Have a good night, guys.
The Paula Poundstone show premieres tonight on ABC.
We wanted candy.
Have I told you lately that I love you?
Blockbuster Entertainment presents Rod Stewart, Unplugged and Electric. November 17th, the Birmingham Jefferson Civic Center. One name, a lifetime of music. An evening with Rod Stewart. All seats reserved. Available at the Central Ticket Office and through Fastix or charged by phone. November 17th. Make it a blockbuster night.
Shopping, airbag, anti-lock brakes, air conditioning, automatic transmission, AM/FM stereo, and more. All the things you would expect in a midsize car. Out of reach? Here's what you might not expect. Taurus, you'd pay $5,300 more. Accord, $5,200 more. Intrepid, $4,300. You'd pay more for any of those cars than you would the '94 Cutlass Sierra by Oldsmobile at $13,995. Features included, $13,995 at your Southern Olds family dealer.
You thought your home was safe for children. So did Diane Brannon until her son fell 10 feet.
And I ran to where it was, and I panicked.
Join Brenda LeDunn and discover all the different ways to create a safe environment for your child. Watch Home Safe Home, starting Monday on Channel 6 News at 6. For up-to-date weather information, call WBRC's Doppler 6 Weather Center at 967-7055, Category 1001. Watch 6 Sports Saturday tonight at 10:30 on WBRC.
Welcome back to New York. I'm John Saunders. The second half of your doubleheader is coming away in just a moment. First, one update. Florida holds off Georgia. First and goal. Zaire looked for Jeff Thomas. It was incomplete on the final play of the game. That after Georgia had to score the apparent tying touchdown, but a timeout was called. So Georgia loses to Florida. Second half of your doubleheader in just a moment.
You want to know the secret to choosing a motor oil?
You wait till the sun goes down. You take a ride to your local garage and then get a real close look at what the mechanic puts into his own car. Fact is, more top mechanics in America choose Valvoline over any other brand. Valvoline can help keep cars on the road for 100, 200, 300,000 miles and more. So before you buy a motor oil for your car, know the one more top mechanics put into theirs. People who know use Valvoline.
Elvira here, mistress of the dark and sometimes surfer babe, because Coors Light is the official beer of Halloween and the parties at the beach. Malibu Beach, where you can hang ten. Look, Frankie and Annette. And of course, when it's time to chill, just reach for that cooler of Coors Light. Aged, ice cold, never frozen stiff. It's the right beer now for Halloween. Just look for the Silver Bullet Smooth display and dig up your friends now for a party at the beach. Happy Halloween, dudes.
I can see clearly now the rain is gone. I can see all obstacles in my way. Gone are the dark clouds that had me.
Presenting the RCA 52-inch projection screen home theater. It's bigger and brighter than almost anything out there.
My dandruff and itch are awful. I'll try anything. Denorex tingles. Head and Shoulders doesn't.
Both have effective dandruff medicine, but Denorex has something extra that tingles.
That's why I started using Denorex. No flakes, no itch.
Denorex, the serious dandruff shampoo.
This is hydroplaning in less than an inch of water, and they're being pulled by Goodyear all-season AquaTread radials. AquaTread's deep groove design channels water away as you drive for outstanding traction. Hydroplaning, AquaTreading. Think about it.
So the Penn State Nittany Lions in the first possession of the ball game, crunching it down the field. They started at the 35 when Williams kicked it out of bounds. And on one occasion, the tight end hooked up with his quarterback to complete the first down play on 3rd and long. And now they're sitting at the 23 of Ohio State, where it is 2nd down and 6. And Wisconsin has beaten Michigan 13-10. And the sky has fallen on the Wolverines in the 93 season. Gary Collins back to throw on 2nd and 6. Goes underneath to his fullback. And Brian O'Neill slides out of bounds down at the 14-yard line for a first down for Penn State. The big story coming into the game, of course, was that Ohio State in its opening possession had scored in 7 consecutive games, and now Penn State is trying to do the same thing to them.
Exactly, Keith. Watch the fullback as the fake is going to be made to the tailback. He's going to slide out and just drift out into the flat. The corner at the top of the screen is in a bind. The receiver's out there, and the fullback is out there. Nice pickup.
First down. Call at the 15-yard line. Pitch it to Kadona Carter. Caught behind the line of scrimmage. Breaks the tackle. He got away from Dan Wilkinson. Broke the tackle there and moved it down near the 12 for a pickup of 3.
72, and the red jersey is Wilkinson. Nobody blocks him that time. Usually he is double-teamed. This young man, a sophomore, made the All-Big Ten team last year as a redshirt freshman, and he can dominate. He is disruptive. He'll be all over the field today. Penn State will be double-teaming him a lot this afternoon.
Mike Archie has checked into the backfield now for Penn State. He's number 2. Kerry Collins sets and throws to Archie, and it is off his hands, drop incomplete. It was low and a little behind him.
Well, the game plan early for Penn State was to throw the ball to your tight end and your back. Still the short stuff. Just move the ball down the field. And then, of course, get Carter, the tailback, on some plays. And Carter, surprisingly, Keith, has had some good footing going around in.
This is the 12th play of this possession.
These plays are all scripted. Paterno is calling them, but he made those calls yesterday and on Thursday.
Archie and O'Neill in the backfield.
Here they come.
Back. The pass is incomplete. The pass was intended for Chip LaBarca on 3rd down and 7. LaBarca could not make the catch off the grass, losing his footing on the sidelines. And in comes Craig Fayak, who needs 3 points to tie Lydell Mitchell as the all-time Penn State scorer at 246.
Ohio State, the critical 3rd down situation. comes with the blitz. Tight coverage on the outside.
It'll be a 29-yard field goal try. Snap was high. The kick is up. It hit the upright and goes inside good. So it's good just barely, and so Craig Fayak is in the history book.
Chevy announces a breakthrough. Introducing the 94 Chevy S-Series Extended Cab, so new from the inside out. Everything else is history.
And now for some thin, different.
New Domino's Thin Crust Pizza. A crispy, crunchy crust pizza. It's a whole nother taste in a whole nother way. All right. Put that snap back in your life and always get something for nothing when you call Domino's.
Watch how fast Dristan nasal spray works.
What do you smell? I smelled something. I don't know what it was. Use Dristan nasal spray. Now smell. That's an orange. Dristan nasal spray worked fast.
Dristan nasal spray. Fast, effective relief.
We'll be back after these messages.
The rush is on for the incomparable GE Profile refrigerator. The GE Profile is full of smart ideas, like a shelf that tucks away for tall things, and shelves that glide out so you can find things. It's called Smart Space Design. Smart ideas that let you put things in, take things out, and clean things up so quickly and easily that you'll never again miss your favorite commercials.
With their eye on the Big Ten title, Ohio State looks to avenge last year's loss to Wisconsin, plus other key regional games, all next Saturday on ABC's College Football.
Penn State has gone to the lead, but just barely. Watch this ball. Ball. And inside. 3-0. The Lions have the lead.
The official on the bottom right wasn't too sure. Of course, it was not his call. I was impressed with the offensive drive of Penn State. As I mentioned, they've had 2 weeks to prepare for this game. That doesn't necessarily mean it's good. Here's a score. Look at the scoring drive. 6 runs and 6 passes. Nice mixture. Sometimes when you're off too much, and as I mentioned, they had an open week before their game 2 weeks ago with Michigan, and I think that can affect your timing, and you're not as sharp, but that opening drive, a very good drive for Penn State.
Well, it's 12:54 left to play in the first quarter, and they were out of bounds on almost every play. They had 4 incomplete passes. They've used almost no time for that long a drive and that many plays. Butler, Benote, and Terry Glenn are the deep people, and now they've got to hold the ball as the wind swirls around and it's starting to snow again. There was a period of about an hour this morning when it really snowed hard. Big flakes coming down. You'd have thought it was February. Slipped a little bit when he kicked it, picked up finally at the 10-yard line by Benote. And Butler looking along the sideline, hunting for a place to get some firm footing, and he gets it out to about the 35-yard line. The Ohio State Buckeyes football team has scored in their first possession of 7 consecutive ball games. They have put up 5 touchdowns and 2 field goals. It's been quite remarkable. But Penn State showed that they can do the same in their opening possession. So we'll see what happens now with the Buckeyes.
See that animation and you talking, I thought I was back with the good old boys down in Carolinas.
Drag racing. Drag racing. Raceway Park in Indianapolis. Raymond Harris, Jeff Coughlin set behind Bobby Hoying. And Sander in motion. And Hoying rolls out and looks and throws underneath the coverage. Coming out of the backfield is Jeff Coughlin, the big fullback. He's down to the Penn State 35-yard line and a first down for the Buckeyes. Now let's check in with John Saunders.
Keith, here's how they wound up Florida against Georgia. Eric Zier, no time left on the clock. To Thomas, he dropped the ball and what would have been a chance to tie the game or win the game with a 2-point conversion. Florida hangs on 33-26. Keith.
Looks like they had a pretty good mud hole down there in the Gator Bowl, didn't it? Penn State out to the lead 3-0. They put the ball at the 36-yard line. First down, Ohio State, their first possession. They've had one play, scrimmage. Here's your second one. And Bob Hoying lets it go again. His man falls down. Galloway, Joey Galloway coming across, fell down. Derek Bonner almost intercepted it.
Let's go back and look at the first play. Left side of your screen could be play action. Watch the linebacker right here. See him slipping? The field is very treacherous. If you're going straight ahead, it's all right, but guys are going to be slipping all day long.
Well, they leave the grass at 1.5 inches, and when the grass gets wet and gets packed down, it just gets slick.
Yeah. Butler
Benote, the skater, is in the backfield.
It's a good term. It's like ice out there.
Butler nimble-footed, thinking perhaps that he'll find some places to run. He found a pretty good place to make that cut. Puts his foot down and turns it upfield for about 5 yards. Bobby Hoying is a 6'4", 223-pound sophomore from St. Henry, Ohio. Yes, he's comes from the same town as Harding, the guard for Penn State. You see his 1993 totals. Joey Galloway is the speed merchant for the Ohio State offense, but Chris Sanders is actually faster afoot. But it's Galloway who's been making the big play for the Buckeye offense. Raymond Harris has been a workhorse in the Bucs offense. It is third down, 6. Hoying runs away from the pursuit, got away from the Penn State man, and he's going to get the first down at the 25-yard line. So Bobby Hoying is a big man who's not afraid to pull it down and run with it. And he runs behind a bunch. Boy, I mean, these are big people. In 78, Corey Stringer is only a sophomore, and there are people who say that this guy could probably step right off the campus and go right to that Sunday league.
Well, he is a sophomore, Keith. The other 4 players are fifth-year seniors. They are all very good, but the best of the lot is the sophomore.
It's first down, Ohio State at the Penn State 25. Nittany Lions have the lead, 3-0 on a 29-yard field goal ricocheted in by Craig Fayak. This is Raymond Harris, a 225-pound senior from Lorain, Ohio. The tailback slamming in there. The defensive front for Penn State, Ravati, Benfati, Clare, and Jackson, a good one. Particularly Benfati in Jackson. And the matchup down in the middle and in the trenches today is just really something to watch. Gelsheiser, last time we saw him in the game against Michigan, had 16 tackles. So he's obviously the bell cow of that defense. Of course, a middle linebacker at Penn State always gets a lot of action.
They set it up for him, don't they?
Yep. The secondary, very good. Bunch of tough guys back there. Butler Benote is back in the ball game for Ohio State. He's got the ball running in between the tackles. First down, Ohio State at the Penn State 14. Hammer 'em, hammer 'em, hammer 'em. I think that's what you're going to see more and more as the day goes on. Just beat on them.
Watch the line as they're all going to block down, but watch the block of the fullback as he comes and blocks on the inside, on the outside linebacker through the hole just off the tackle. A huge hole. Fullback, good blocking. Gelsheiser is knocked off by Mono, and a nice play.
That Cochran's a good one. He will put a hat on you. First down, Ohio State, Penn State 14, and here goes Benote. He's inside the 5 and down to the 4. It's first down and goal as Gelsheiser runs him out of bounds.
This is a nice play. The offensive line gets him outside, but it's the wide receiver, Glenn, 83. I don't know if you're going to be able to see it. You may see right there. Right there, the man, the corner was on the ground. That was Forbes. Glenn blocking Forbes, the wide receiver that blocks. Getting to be something of a rarity. Well, at least in pro ball. Maybe college ball, they still block some. That's the, you can make average plays into big plays if your wide receivers can block safeties and corners.
Remember now, Ohio State has scored on its first possession in 7 consecutive games. 5 touchdowns and 2 field goals. And Raymond Harris, the big back,
is back on the field now behind Jeff Cochran, who's also a big back at 242 pounds. First and goal at the Penn State 4. It's Harris. Touchdown, Buckeyes. Consecutive games they've scored off the initial possession. Joe Hollins and the offensive coaching staff at Ohio State, they script the first 15 plays, and it's been working for them. Tim Williams for the point. Good. It's 7-3, Ohio State leading Penn State.
Left side, that's Winrow, 68. Winrow, Saunders, 85. And he walks in for the score.
Is that Michael? Yeah, starts college next year. How's mine? When Mike told me the price of his first choice, I know what you mean. I got this broker at Payne Weber. She put me in a zero coupon to cover college. Huh. Well, when did she do that? It's got to be 10, 11 years. 10 years ago? How did she know that's what you needed? She asked.
4.5 years ago, my father and I were driving our Chevy truck through the Eisenhower Pass in Colorado. The road was complete ice. There was a couple that had gotten out of their car screaming, "Help, help me, oh my God, I'm getting married, we're stuck, I don't know what to do." My dad jumped out of the truck, he hooked it up to their car, and away we went up the hill pulling their car. I mean, it was just amazing. They invited us to the wedding, but I couldn't come.
Chevy, the most dependable, longest-lasting trucks on the road.
Tony and Diane get regular insurance checkups, just like they get regular medical checkups. I'm State Farm Agent Carlos Bermudez. I have been their State Farm agent 7 years. A family insurance checkup helps them make sure all their coverages are up to date. It's also a good time to explore options, like how their life insurance plan can be adapted to help with their daughter's college education. I think the family insurance checkup is something everybody can feel good about.
State Farm is there.
College football on ABC Sports, brought to you by Chevy Trucks, the most dependable, longest-lasting trucks on the road. Valvoline, people who know use Valvoline. Speed Stick deodorant and Speed Stick antiperspirant, the #1 for movers and shakers. And Compact Computer Corporation. Yes, it's snowing in Columbus, Ohio. And it's cold. And it's 7-3, Ohio State leading. To amplify a bit on what you see there, inside the opponent's 20, the Buckeyes have scored 29 out of 31 times. And Williams, for the second successive time, kicks the ball out of bounds, and Penn State will start at the 35-yard line. So Tim Williams has had a terrible time getting himself planted to kick the ball. Even in the warm-ups, he was having a hard time, and successively now he has kicked it out of bounds.
6 rushes, 2 passes for that Ohio State drive that produced their first touchdown of the game. Keith, one of the reasons he's kicking it out of bounds, he may be kicking it away. Penn State leads the Big Ten in kickoff returns.
Kajana Carter and Brian O'Neill are in the backfield behind Kerry Collins for the Lions, and they give it to Carter, and Carter's got daylight on the left side. Big run, crosses midfield, goes all the way to the Ohio State 49-yard line. Wisconsin has beaten Michigan. Ohio State goes to Madison next week. Indiana is leading Michigan State. They come here in 2 weeks to Columbus. Northwestern is leading Illinois 10-6. That would be an upset. And Iowa looks like they may win one. In that first Penn State possession, Ohio State's Craig Powell had 4 tackles. So Craig's been very busy. Here's the handoff again to Ki-Jana Carter, and he'll punch it down to about the 45-yard line. Randall Brown on that tackle.
Keep this go back to the previous play. Right here is Wilkinson, number 72. It's going to be a sucker play. The guard's going to pull, and nobody is going to block Wilkinson as the ball is going to be run right through the hole where Wilkinson is. Watch him, 72. Nobody touches him. When someone is that quick upfield, sometimes you don't even have to touch them to get through the hole. One thing that Penn State's taking advantage of.
It's second down, and we got flags and whistles. It's against Penn State.
Dead ball, legal procedure, on the offense, 5 yards.
Look at that
Still
score.
second down.
Kansas State beat Oklahoma. Are you kidding me? The earth may crack. It's been so long since that happened.
Kansas State has turned that program around. Snyder, he's the coach out there, is doing a great job, isn't he?
Seems so. Make it third down and 10 now from midfield. Actually, it's second down, 11 call. As Kerry Collins throws and Chip LaBarca makes the catch, the senior from Bayville, New Jersey. Down at the 42-yard line. They've got to go near the 38 for a first down. Number 46 you're looking at there is Marlon Kerner. He is the speed merchant in the defensive secondary, and when Bobby Ingram turns on the jet, probably the man who will have the chore if they are in man coverage.
He had a big day a couple of weeks ago, last week against Purdue, where Marlon ran a touchdown back, an interception back, 100 yards.
Stephen Pitts is in the backfield, but the pass is away to Kyle Brady, the tight end. It's good for a first down. He's at the 37, and the Nittany Lions will move the chains as we pause 5 seconds so our ABC stations can tell you who they are.